Hi, I'm Radian, and I'm going to be playing Shattered Pixel Dungeon a little bit just to show my decision-making processes. The first thing I'm going to do is go into the Settings menu, and I'm going to turn the visual grid up to about 3/4. Depending on the brightness of your device, if you're on mobile or what have you, 3/4 or high usually is good enough. I'm going to enter the dungeon. I'm going to be using the Huntress this time. I believe that the Huntress has some of the simplest decision-making processes, and also involves an amount of tactical positioning. So I'm going to start. I'm going to hit continue on the lore. Here we are. Now, the first thing you'll notice is this patch of grass here. When the Huntress, unlike the other characters, steps onto grass, it is not trampled. It is turned gray, and you can no longer get anything out of it. It won't drop anything, but it continues to exist and continues to block line of sight. Now, you may notice a slight grid pattern. I may have to move into a different room for it to be more visible. Let's see. It's not giving me a visible grid. Anyways, there's an enemy out there. What I'm going to do is just tap the bow and tap the bow again to attack the enemy. Attacking enemies from range to soften them up is one thing that the Huntress is really good at. Now, one enemy that I did not see because the line of sight blocked it is this snake. Snakes are highly evasive. What you can do, however, is try to get some pot shots at it before it reaches you, because they only have 4 HP. Okay, I one-shot it. If I had not one-shot it, what I would have done is moved back into the doorway, back here, and then when the snake moved back in the doorway, I would have struck it. The Hunter starts with a relatively weak weapon that hits twice. One of the primary weaknesses of the Huntress is her weak starting weapon. That's something you're going to want to focus on replacing pretty quickly. Just going to step into the grass, get the dewdrops, explore a bit. Alright, so I'm going to step into the doorway. And there's a rat there. There's also a ring, some keys, there's some good loot in there. However, I don't know what's around here, and it could be another enemy. These rats move at the same speed as the player character. You can check an enemy's description, and if an enemy moves faster than normal, it will say it. So if I back up, the rat is going to keep the same spacing as me. I can keep backing up, and the rat has lost track of me. So now I'm going to go forwards. There we go. So that rat was wandering. Enemies are generated asleep, and they do not wake up normally. That is, enemies generated when the level is generated are all asleep by default, and they don't wake up unless a noise wakes them up. So since this rat is already awake and moving, I can tell that it was the same rat. So since it would have lost me earlier, if I back up, it's probably going to lose me again, but it's at a distance. I can just take pot shots at it and hope that nothing rounds the corner and gets me. Alright, so it's close, so I can just tap this icon here to hit it. Now, instead of moving directly towards the loot, if there is an enemy there, it would not have been woken up by the combat noises. In Shattered Pixel Dungeon, combat noises don't wake anything up. However, line of sight, anytime you are moving within line of sight, any movement you make has a chance to wake the enemy up, higher chance the closer you are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to step down instead, because that reveals some of this while keeping me at least one step further away. So I'm just going to walk down like this. There we go. So like this, I'm here instead of like over here, and thus I have more space to attack the snake. There we go. Get the ring, this. Alright, looks good now. Oh, there is a rat in the corner. I'm going to get 2 shots at it before I have to melee it. Okay. Good RNG there. Here you can see the grid. Let me actually change it to high. There we go. You can see the grid very well here because traps are placed, on spots on the grid, whether something is water or grass or, just normal floor, I guess, is based on the grid and everything like that. I'm going to turn it down just one. There we go. All right, going to see what's up here. Okay. This is a roguelike. In general, being outnumbered is bad. I'm going to take one step back. One of the rats is going to move in. One thing to note is that enemies will typically not move diagonally. They can move diagonally, but they will not choose to move diagonally to make room for other enemies. So that rat is going to be sitting there waiting its turn while I fight this rat. And I have full health, so I'm just going to fight both of them in a row because there's no point running away because I'm the same speed as the rats. There we go. Step over here. All right. Now, one thing I'm going to do is I have not leveled up yet. I appear to be one enemy away from leveling up, as I can tell from the yellow bar at the top, and Shattered Pixel Dungeon is a pretty stable roguelike in terms of gameplay because it has various guarantees, which I will be mentioning. One guarantee is that there are always enough enemies to level up once on the first floor. So I'm going to take something that does nothing when thrown, such as a food ration, throw it into that door. So that way I can expose that rat while I'm further away. There we go. Explore this room, level up. So the first thing I always take on the Huntress is this one, Follow-Up Strike, because this guarantees 2 bonus damage after I've hit something with the bow and arrow, and most of the time I'm hitting something with a bow and arrow before engaging it. Like I mentioned, the Huntress starts with a very weak weapon, the weakest weapon, 1 to 5 damage, which is reduced by enemy armor, attacks twice in a row. So I definitely want the bonus damage from this. Level 1 is 2 bonus damage, level 2 is 3 bonus damage, level 2 isn't worth it. I just upgrade it once. So that's where my first point goes, just to make sure I have some offense. Neither of those chests look like mimics. I can examine them, and there's no additional information hinting that it's suspicious or anything. Alright. Yes, I haven't done anything much on this PC install. I usually play on mobile. Alright, so what I want to do before I go down is check my potions, because there are always 2 potions of strength for each set of floors. So for example, the first 5 floors that are the sewer system will always have exactly 2 potions of strength in them. So there's a chance that one of these is a potion of strength. That was a potion of strength. Your first potion of strength is going to be on floor 1 or floor 2. So now I'm going in with +1 strength, which affects, bow and the glove attack. So I go downstairs. All right, multiple paths to go through. Just peeking around the corner, I can see that this appears to continue to go straight for at least 1 tile. This appears to continue to go straight for at least 1 tile. This appears to open up. This little peek here is helpful. So I'm going to throw this again. Okay, this is just a bonus room. So these wells are very interesting. This one is a well of health, which has 2 effects. Well, 3 effects, actually. The first thing it does is fully heal you. Second thing it does is fully fill your hunger. And the third thing it does is uncurse anything that's equipped. So what I want to do is equip this ring. It was not cursed. So now I'm going to ignore that well for now, come back to it later. Now, you may notice that in the upper right, I've got this grayed out key icon. What does this mean? Let's go to the floor list. There we go. So floor 1, I have a key. Oh, so that grayed out icon means that I have a key for a previous floor that I haven't used. Oh, noticed a trap while walking around. All right. So let me just pan around. There it is. And okay, so this statue is a chance for a weapon. However, statues on the first and second floor will generally kill any character. Because I'm doing 1 to 5 damage, that thing is tanky. But let's see what it has. Let's see if it's worth the risk. So if you examine it, a blocking spear. Generally, a spear is not a weapon I would want on a ranger. If I was using a warrior, I would like to use a spear, because warriors don't have any, real built-in way to hit things at ranged for a while. I already have a way to hit things at a range, and that thing's got a blocking spear, meaning it's going to hit me while I'm taking pot shots at it, spears they're slower but deal more damage, and then it gains more tankiness. This thing is going to absolutely destroy me. I'm going to ignore it. It is best in this game to loot every floor as you go down for the highest chances of survival, but it's also important to know when not to mess with something. That thing will give me a spear, but I won't use it. I can sell it for gold, but I'd have to be alive for that. So, nope, down I go. All right, 3 more grass. All right. I'm not going to bother to back off and throw something because while that is a decent tactic, it also wastes turn, which wastes food, and it's annoying to do if you don't need to do it. I'm level 2. I've drank a strength potion, so I do slightly more damage. This rat has no chance. Now, again, what I'm going to do is I'm a character that wants to fight things at a range and have them come to me while I'm fighting them. I'm not like a rogue that wants to sneak up on them. A rogue would go down here first. I'm going to go up first. All right. There is a snake. Oh, got it again. Again, I didn't need to back into a door. There's another snake. You may notice that this snake is visible, but it doesn't have a health bar. And when I click, it doesn't have a target. So this is just, there's slight differences between line of sight for, revealing enemies and line of sight for attack. So I have to move down 1 in order to be able to attack it. Oh, wow. Getting good luck with the snakes. Yeah, I'm just gonna fight this thing. Okay, so I'm going to take 1 step lower left to make sure that line of sight is blocked with that thing. I can't attack it, but if you can see an enemy like that, it may notice you. And those things, have higher defense, HP, and attack than rats. So I want to take the rat out so I can single out the gnoll. There we go. So I moved up here. Now it has a health bar. Now I can shoot it with the bow. All right, get that. So there might be an enemy in there, but it's relatively unlikely. I'm going to sidestep a little just in case, because again, I am very weak at the moment. Stepped onto a trap. This one's a vertigo trap. There's not really much you can do because the moment you step on it, you're already vertigoed. So I'm just going to click and hope that I get somewhere useful. There we go. Okay, it wore off. Oh, that thing's wandering around. So now that we're on floor 2, enemies are going to be spawning by themselves, and enemies that spawn after a floor has been created will be wandering around. So I can tell that that guy's new. That guy wasn't there when it spawned. Gonna attack that. There's the ghost. I do not want to talk to the ghost, because the ghost is going to spawn a mini-boss when it's talked to. As long as the ghost has not been spoken to, the mini-boss does not spawn. I don't want to deal with the mini-boss while also looting and fighting other things, so I'm just gonna let it chill for now. It's important to note that I believe this is the only quest where the thing doesn't spawn until you talk to the ghost. All the other quests, you don't need to talk to the quest givers first. This one you do. All right. So another thing to note is that every dungeon makes some sort of a figure-8 loop. This dungeon only has this one path. You can see here that this kind of makes a loop, so I think there's a door over here that connects back to this path. So what I'm going to do is just walk over here. Oh, so stepping back probably won't do much, so I'm just going to range it, and I should be able to, there we go, take it out without much issue. All right, another point. Now, I don't want to put another point in follow-up strike. Wasting an entire skill point for tier 1 for +1 damage, +1 damage once against an enemy isn't really useful. Nature's Aid, I'm not going to get anything into just because I won't be activating plant effects often. Survivalist Intuition I want, but not yet. Identifying equipment, fully identifying it with the stats is not very important because it's mainly about whether I can use it or not, which we can figure out easily. Nature's Bounty, however, I do want, because you're going to be growing hungry and you haven't found a big stock of food yet, most likely. As well, the berries can drop. Yep, a 50% chance of a usable seed, I believe. So I get a point into that. Now I'm going to go into this corner. Oh, well, I already found it, but I would double-click search to search. There's a piranha. The piranha cannot leave water, and it's always surrounded like that in these types of rooms. So I'm going to move upper right to reveal this while leaving space. There's nothing there. Okay. Now what I can do is just sit here and tap the bow until the piranha dies, basically. Until the piranha dies or something shows up somewhere. In fact, I'm actually going to walk over here so I'm further away from the doors while I'm spam clicking. Okay. Got some mystery meat. Here's a place to use a key. So I have two types of keys here. The silver type of key opens a door, and the bluer type of square key is one that opens a chest or a crystal door or some sort of loot choice. So I know that this, which has one crystal key and one normal key, is going to be two crystal chests, which means I'm going to get a choice of an artifact, a ring, or a wand. Oh wait, no, I forgot they added this new room. Wow. Ignore me, I'm lying. Okay, so these I can see Birkanan. I don't know what Birkanan is. Bister Potion, I don't know what that is, and Scroll of Identify. Everyone starts with Scroll of Identify. So if I choose this door, I get these three things. If I choose this door, I get a chest that's possibly going to have like a ring or an artifact or a wand in it. I don't believe that these chests can contain throwables, thank God. My ring that I do have is been identified as a Ring of Furor +1, which is pretty decent, raises my attack speed a little bit, which basically gives me a free turn every so often. I'm going to want another ring, because I can fit another ring or artifact. Like, I could take either right now and still have a slot free for another one later. Ba-doop. Generally, in these cases, especially if it's early, I will always take the mystery equipment because something like this is going to be more powerful as time goes on. Artifacts are items that either grow more powerful with time or grow more powerful as you sacrifice things into them, but you get those things, the loot, over time. The unstable spellbook it's hit or miss, because if this thing is cursed, I can't use any scroll other than a remove curse scroll. And I don't know what scrolls I have. Oh, well, Birkanan's the same one there. I'm going to risk it for the biscuit, equip it anyways. It is cursed. Well, thankfully, there's a well that fills me and uncurses my equipment. If I'd gotten really damaged, I probably would have skedaddled back here earlier, but boop. There we go. And I'm going to click this empty slot, and I'm going to put the book in it. The way that the book works is that whenever you use the book, it uses a random scroll. It can use scrolls that hurt you, blind you, call enemies to you. There are scrolls like that are just kind of bad usually, but could also be situational. However, this could also use remove curse or identify or something. So since I have already cleared out this level of all of the native enemies and it only has occasional respawns, this would be a time I'm going to use it. However, I currently have a snake. Now what I could do is back up and hit the snake, or I could just, have some fun, read the spellbook. Recharging, read it again. Weakened and blinded. Alright. Back up, hit it. I'm weakened, so I didn't deal as much damage. It's blinded, so it lost me. Alright. Well, that was just shenanigans right there. Let's see. Alright. Now it's time to take on the quest. So there's more than one possibility for the sad ghost. Let's see. The fetid rat. Okay, that's the easier one, because that one... Hello, fetid rat. You're just right there, aren't you? Because that one doesn't have ranged attacks. Well, unfortunately, it's right here, and I'm not going to be able to lose it because it's right next to me. So its deal is that it can give you debuffs and stuff, and you're going to want to stay in the water or pass through the water to make sure they're washed off. You may notice some little cloud effects near the rat. If the rat's standing still, the cloud effects will spread and paralyze you and open you up to multiple repeated attacks. So what you want to do is hit, then move away, and then, hit a few more times and then move away. Tactics you usually wouldn't use in melee, but you do want to use here. And then once more. Wow, 0, thanks. Wow, thanks. Wow! Come on. Alright, gas is spreading, I'm going to retreat. And look, there's other things. I can take out the snake easily. I'm going to do this. There we go. Now I can single out this guy. Now, nope, I didn't get a free turn. I hit him some more. Okay, so that red flash when I took the hit and the little sound means I'm at critical health right now. What I could do is just, again, risk it for the biscuit and hit the rat, but I will actually go in and drink the water skin. I could drink this and hope that this potion that I have two of is a health potion, but chances are it's not a health potion, and it could paralyze me and I'd be dead. It could set me on fire and it would just deal more damage, and then the rat would hit me and probably kill me. So I'm going to drink the water skin, which will partially heal me, just to make sure that I can survive the one more hit. There we go. Now I'm going to talk to the ghost. Oh wait, I'm going to get that seed first. There we go. So the ghost is going to give you a chance of, well, a choice of weapon or armor. Now, they are unidentified right here. However, when you pick them up, they are identified. Now, mail armor requires 14 strength, so even if it's upgraded, chances are I won't be able to use it for a bit. The short sword only requires 12 strength, and even if it's not upgraded, my next strength potion will allow me to use it. I want this, and I'm just going to hope it's upgraded. It is not upgraded. So you can see that the text is in red because I can't use it. And it's also elastic, which is, it's what do they call it, a glyph? It's a glyph that I dislike. You'd think it might be good on a ranger because it knocks enemies back so you can hit them with the bow again, but it doesn't knock them back far, and there are more enemies that are dangerous at ranged. Alright, well, there's not really anything I can do with this gear right now, so I'm just going to go to the next floor. I mean, I'm still going to use the elastic sword if I don't find anything better. Oh, okay. So what I want to do is definitely hit this fly. So the flies have a large amount of HP, but they split anytime they're struck in melee. Magic attacks don't split them, melee attacks do. How am I going to handle this? Because my damage is very weak. One of the ways you're expected to survive against them is whenever you hit them and they split, the split off one can't attack that turn. So if you're hitting one and constantly causing it to split, it won't be hitting you back nearly as much. What I'm considering doing is throwing this seed of fire bloom onto the ground. However, this fly will not activate it because flying enemies do not activate seeds and traps that they go over. I would have to use one turn to throw the fire bloom and the second turn to activate the fire bloom. I think I'm going to back up and try that. Alright, throw the fire bloom right there, plants it. It's over it, just throw a ration of food. Now it's burning. Now if I hit this, it will not split because it has nowhere to go. It will not split into a door. So I'll back up once and hit it. And you'll notice that the spot that the food is in is not on fire, but when I hit this, the split one is on fire. So now my damage over time against this thing is doubled. I want to take a step away, hit it again. There we go. There we go, and it's dead. This appears to be an open thing, and I'm at like half health, so I'm gonna throw... Oh, nope. Hallway. What do we have here? Okay, gnolls. So I'm regaining charges on the unstable spellbook, but I don't want to use it just because there's a lot of enemies on this floor, because all the initial spawns are there. And I can't upgrade it because it wants some things that I do not know that I have. Even if this is a scroll of teleportation, I don't know it, so I can't feed it yet. Alright, that is a mimic right there. The lip is slightly higher, the hole is like a bit more rectangular, it also animates, and it gives you an additional suspect line. So I'm going to do that. The thing about mimics is that they are enemies, so there are a few quirks with pathfinding around them. Now, if I hit the bow, it won't target the mimic. If I were to walk over here, and let's say I wanted... Oh, hold on, there's something over there. Let me just shoot this guy. All right, so let's say I'm right here and I want to walk here. What's the pathfinding going to do? It's going to walk me around it. That's another way you can tell it's a mimic. Pathfinding won't go through it, and enemies won't go through it because they'll avoid it because it's a creature, it takes up space. Now I'm going to upgrade Nature's Bounty again. So my general path is follow-up strike, then 2 in Nature's Bounty, and then 2 in Survivalist's Intuition. Let's see. So the different classes have a tier 1 skill or maybe a tier 2 skill that helps them identify things faster. The Huntresses identifies all equipment, so everything that can go in any of these slots is equipment. So this includes like rings and things like that faster. The Warrior, for example, identifies some things when he equips them. The Thief can identify rings, on site and stuff like that. They're more specialized. The Huntress will identify anything, but nothing instantly. Alright, so there's more than one silver key for this room, which lets me know that the special room for this floor is going to be one where I get choices between various consumables. Now these gravestones, when I open them, they will spawn wraiths. Wraiths are kind of like snakes in that they are very evasive. However, they only have 1 HP. You only need to hit them once. So what I usually want to do is wait till I get a wand to open these. If I don't get a wand on this floor, I will simply ignore these, because a lot of the time, these are just gold. Like, nothing in these graves is ever going to be required. I've never seen a strength potion from a grave that I have known of. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I've never noticed getting a strength potion from a grave. Like, they're all just optional loot. As far as this mimic, though, so I'm out of line of sight, but I know where it is, and I know where it's probably moved to. Enemy AI will value straight lines before diagonal lines, so it hasn't moved there, it's moved to the right, because it's going to move until it has a straight diagonal to me. So I'm going to aim right there. Did it not move yet? Am I lying? Yep, there we go. Okay, it hadn't moved yet. Depending on attack speed, which I keep forgetting varies because I have a Ring of Furor, sometimes I'm basically getting an extra attack, so I didn't realize I had gotten an extra attack that turn. You can view this wheel to see how close you are to the next turn elapsing, but it's kind of difficult to tell. So I'm just gonna keep hitting that thing. There we go, got another free turn. All right, so that dropped a shirt. Now, this equipment has a purple background, meaning you don't know whether it's cursed or uncursed. The 12 question mark means you don't know how upgraded it is. That 12 is in red with no question mark because I know it, but it's in red because I don't have enough strength for it. 10 is in white, I do have enough strength. If this had a red background, then it is known to be cursed, and if it's a blue background, it's known to be uncursed. Some loot rooms are guaranteed to generate uncursed items. For example, any equipment in piranha rooms is guaranteed to be uncursed. Doesn't mean it'll be usable, but it's uncursed. This mimic stuff, I don't know. So I could equip this, and there's a chance it could be +1 unless I could wear it, but I'm just going to hold off for now, because I do have, a few consumables and seeds and stuff I could use. Okay, thanks for the random paralysis trap. There we go, there's the next room. Okay, so let's see. What do we have here? Oh, the alchemy room. An enemy just walked through that door. I'm going to step, then throw a food ration. There we go, it's a fly. I don't want to fight that in an open room, so I'm going to see if it passes. There we go, yep, it passed, all right. Go over here. The fly and the crab noticed me. I'm going to focus on the crab because I want to hit it with the bow so that I trigger the follow-up strike. Do that. I missed. Thanks, game. All right. So typically shooting with a bow or a thrown ranged weapon, bow is basically infinite thrown ranged weapon, has minus 50% accuracy when you're right next to him. That's why I haven't been using the bow when right next to him. So I'm just going to have to duke it out in melee with this thing. All right, I should be good because I've gotten 2 free hits on it. All right, now I'm backing away. There we go, that made enough space. Generally, when you move through a door, there's a chance that the enemy AI will lose you for a turn and move randomly, and thus make a gap of space. Okay, it dropped a potion. The only potion this enemy can drop is health potions. Again, that is another way that Shattered Pixel Dungeon has guaranteed things that if you're aware of them, you can benefit them. So now I know that charcoal potion is health potion. Okay, so those potions I've been carrying around that I didn't know were health were actually health potions. Thanks, game. Giving me things and I'm not even using them. Wow, 2 health potion drops. If you're thinking of, I'm going to pick this up anyways. Yeah, I know. If you're thinking of farming flies via low damage weapons to purposely split them to try to get more drops, there is a maximum amount of potions you can get from flies. Once you've gotten a couple of them, they will never drop any more to prevent farming. This is the room that drops things. So these rooms work in an interesting manner. This lower thing, these items are just by themselves. I don't know the scroll. I don't know the potion. Still haven't gotten an identify scroll. But you have to open one of these in order to get into the second one. So this side is scrolls and this side is potions. The final scroll, you'll notice we can't see what that is. The final scroll has a chance to be a scroll of transmutation, which is a rare and a useful scroll, and the final potion has a chance to be a potion of experience, which is something we're going to want to stock up on for the end of the game. Usually, we're going to want 3 or 4 by the end of the game. Generally, anywhere that's not near the end of the game, I consider the Scroll of Transmutation more useful, because I could do something like, if I find a beneficial ring or weapon or something and it just doesn't fit the style, I could re-roll it. So for example, that spear earlier that the statue had, could re-roll that into a weapon that's not a spear. And the thing is, you don't know which one is which. There will always be one of them. Sometimes it might be both, but you don't know which one. So I could open this one, which I am going to do, and now I can pick this up and see. So if I knew what transmutation was, I could see, okay, this is lullaby. So I know that since this was not the special reward, this one is going to be experience. So amber potion is experience. Going to open this. Oh, I took an extra step while the crab was walking towards me. Whatever, hope I hit it with melee, or with range. I did, now I do. Wow, my +2 damage resulted in 2 damage. Alright, I should be fine as long as I don't get pincered. Alright. Now it looks like I've cleared pretty much everything. Again, not going for the gravestones because I do not have a wand or any way to accurately, kill them. I could, if I saw that fire seed, I could open all of these and then set fire to the grass because that would kill them all, but I don't really have anything like that. Okay, now alchemy. Generally in the early game, there are 2 things you want to do with alchemy. The first is combine foods to save inventory space and make much more powerful foods. And the second is to use a scrolls of identify, because if you use a scroll of identify and a 6 energy, you can turn it into a scroll that, identifies 4 consumables or rings here, which is very useful, so I could find what these are without having to use them. I still haven't gotten identify. Another thing is that 3 random seeds becomes a potion. Any seeds that you're not really using, that you wouldn't use that often, you can do that for. I'm not going to do that because the seeds are not taking up my main inventory space, but potions are. So what I want to do is get my artifact for the run. So the magical catalyst, which you'll usually find early on in the floors, +6 energy. I need more energy, so I will sacrifice 1 seed of earthroot, and I will get an artifact. Now, if you're trying to play and follow along, and you're still trying to play and follow along, yeah, good luck, because the artifacts, there's a lot of artifacts. So, mossy clump, 25% of regular floors become filled with water or grass instead, no thanks. Chaotic sensor, I do not like. I don't think I've beaten a run where I've gotten this because it just sprays random gas around and sucks. Shard of Oblivion gives you benefits for unidentified stuff, but I'm not really feeling either of those, and if I choose random trinket, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get the chaotic sensor or the shard of oblivion. Mossy clump is okay, but nah, I'm going to go with random. Okay, I got the trap. Alright, 25% of regular floors become filled with either traps or chasms instead. Traps are things that you can use against enemies because you can just throw something onto a trap and activate it. So that was a lightning trap, and I could have, like, stunned enemies there and then just taken shots at them with the bow. Hello. Sometimes traps just aren't in a useful place. Like, this is a chilling trap, which would be pretty good to use against, like, crabs or something like that to slow them down and freeze them, but a crab's not going to walk within the area that the trap is going to affect. So, one thing you may notice is that in a situation like this, I'm not backing in because I don't need to in order to gain any damage. You may have been playing, say, a rogue, which starts with a weapon that gains bonus damage. You'll notice that this says nothing about gaining damage on unaware enemies. Only certain types of weapons gain bonus damage on unaware enemies, and I don't believe the bow does as well. Yeah, it doesn't look like the bow does as well. However, if I were to back into here and the enemy walks into the doorway, basically opens the doorway, and that temporarily, between turns, broke line of sight. The enemy knew I was there, so it continued, and it still has line of sight. However, since turning that corner and the enemy going to the doorway broke line of sight, this first attack is going to do a surprise attack. Now, with most weapons, surprise attacks don't do additional damage, but they are guaranteed to make contact. They're not guaranteed to do damage because it's still, its defense could be too high, but bam, guaranteed damage. That was a nice roll. All right, on to the next floor. Now, you may notice I haven't been talking about food much. Generally, you don't need to eat unless you're actually missing a significant chunk of health, or you have, like, I don't know, special circumstance, like you're about to start fighting a boss and you don't want to waste, some turns to eat while fighting a boss. Here, I am at least a third of my HP down. It's in the early stages. I'm going to eat a ration of food. That way I stop starving and start gaining passive health again, which is like 1 HP every 10 turns or something, I guess. I don't know. Now, there's a hidden door in this room. All entrances on normal floors and all exits, so all staircases on normal floors that would go up or down to, the next or previous floor will always have at least two doors, because again, the game designs them as like a figure eight, like a loop or figure eight, I guess I should clarify. It's generally not worth it right now for me to go search, wasting turns and hunger to find another door, so I'm going to go through this one and see if it's not horrible. If it is horrible, like if I open the next door and there's 3 crabs, I'm going to be like, nope, I'm going to go search, but so far, nothing's scaring me away yet. Hello. Okay, that key was on a warping trap. You may notice that when I pan over here, the gold is still here. The key, however, is not. My character knows that the key has been moved because the key got warped as well. I am not standing on the key got warped somewhere else. It got its own RNG roll. Now, I don't like this situation because there is a fly there, and if I start hitting it, it's going to spread and surround me, and also there's another type of enemy there. So I'm going to see if I can't back away, because based on where I am, it looks like the pathway would go up there and down there. And I want to get away from the enemy, so I'm going to go up there. I'm going to bank on the idea that there are 2 enemies there, but probably not 2 enemies there, and I'm going to turn the corner closer than I normally would. Crap, it's a crab. I would rather fight a slime than a crab. I will just eat these hits, turn in the corner. You know what, I'm just going to fight this thing. Wow, really? Really? Whatever, I've got healing potions. Just in case. I'm going to continue to purposely attack the one that's at low health so I can keep their numbers low. level up, I'm going to choose Survivalist Intuition. Putting skill points in doesn't use a turn, by the way. The flies aren't quite that smart when it comes to things like surrounding you. Okay. Alright, go over here, get this potion. There we go. Shoot the crab. Nice, alright. And there's another slime. Slimes have a low chance of dropping a weapon. So, if you see one, you want to kill it. That gold key vanished, so I can't open that yet. There is where it connects, so I'll search to open that. Enemies won't go through open doors and you can't set them on fire. They are effectively walls until they have been identified. Well, I walked through that and immediately took a swing at me, but it missed. That's one of the rare cases where the game can kind of screw you over without you having a chance to react, is if you walk through a door and immediately get attacked. Now I'm going to take a step away. Yep. When dealing with things like these crabs, even being one step further away is nicer. Game, please. Alright, so that barrier is something broken with fire. So since that barrier has spawned in the level, that is what's known as a puzzle, and its solution has also spawned. So one of the potions that spawned on this floor is a potion of fire. Probably the crimson one, because that's the only one I picked up on this floor that, I don't already know what it is. Oh, that thing. But I haven't, picked up every potion on the floor yet. Oh, here we go. Here's what I was talking about earlier. So this one has a ring in it. This one has an artifact in it. Do I want a ring or an artifact? I think in this case I want the artifact, because I'm really not feeling the unstable spellbook. It's not one of my favorites, and I have not put any scrolls into it yet, so I haven't wasted anything with it. The artifact, what? Oh, I haven't picked up the whatever key for it, my bad. There it is. Oh, and the gold key just went right over here. Typically, these teleport traps, this one I stepped in earlier, will take you to a different room. This square and rectangle, this rectangle and this rectangle are different rooms. It's just the game can generate rooms and then have them basically open, touching, connected. Sign an NDA, get the API key. Alright, so artifact here. Armband. Okay, this one is not my favorite just because how slow it goes up, but there's a good chance that I have a scroll of remove curse. It might be this one, so I'm going to equip it anyways. Oh, it's not cursed. Alright, now I can put it in my hotbar. So what this does is you can use it on an enemy. You can spend a charge, and it will slow them. I think it's like a blind. I think it's like a temporary blind and cripple, and also attempts to steal an item from them if they have a drop. Attempting to steal or successfully stealing grants it, experience. Artifacts generally don't show their experience. You just have to kind of, suss it out. And eventually we'll upgrade it. Attempting to steal from an enemy that does not have a drop, or attempting to steal from an enemy you've already failed against, does not appear to give it any experience. However, I have not looked at the values or anything, so I'm not entirely sure. That's just what I feel from having played this a lot. I moved in. You know what? Let's see what this does. Ha! Scares them. Well, I can shoot this guy. Excuse me, Gordon. I'm rather busy right now. Take a pot shot, kill that thing. Alright, I'm going to drink one of the health potions. Drinking a health potion in this game gives you regen over time, so you don't want to drink it too late. But generally, it's nicer to drink them in battle, so you get a bit more out of it. Where did you come from? A bit more out of it. I want to open that golden chest, so I can get possibly a piece of equipment, though it might just be a throwing weapon, which I don't like that chests can contain throwing weapons. There's Survivalist Intuition, hit that thing again, take a shot at that, open this. It's a throwing weapon. Alright. Alright, so now that I'm pretty sure that this potion is fire, I'm not going to throw it, because it might be something else. Maybe I missed a potion somewhere. But what you can do in this situation, if for some reason you're not entirely sure, we can pretend that, what I can do is drink this potion, and then step over into the water to put myself out. There we go. There's the second potion of strength. Now I can drink the second potion of strength, the last thing I find on floor 4. Thanks, game. And then I can equip the elastic short sword. And I also want to click the journal and click the leftmost tab. Okay, so the alchemy pot was on floor 3. Because I want to go there because I have a scroll of identify now, and I also have one of each food type. A normal food ration, mystery meat from an enemy, and a pumpkin pie, which it's almost Halloween at the time that I'm recording this, which is why it's pumpkin pie. Generally it shows up as like a pasty or something. So I'm going to avoid eating for now. Nope, well, let's see if this thing gets close. It does not. All right, go here. Hello. All right, going to use this on it. Yeah, blind and crippled, didn't steal anything. Okay, I hit it anyways. If I didn't hit it, I could have just gone into the door, stepped down, and killed it. All right, so scroll of identify. I will sacrifice some stones, I guess, or some seeds, I guess. I want to keep the green seeds, because those are like an emergency full heal. There we go. Now I'll choose this option, because I don't want to turn it into Stones of Intuition, because that only has a potential chance to identify 2 items. Generally, in my experience, turning scrolls into stones isn't worth it, but I do want the upgraded scroll, the Divination, so use a 6 energy for that. Then read this. Okay, now I know Ring of Force, Ring of Might, Scroll of Remove Curse, Scroll of Magic Mapping. And that thing was Scroll of Remove Curse, alright? Now, I also want to... I don't have much that I could sacrifice, actually. I don't want to sacrifice the Stone of Intuition, so I think I'm going to hold on to my food, because there's not things I want to sacrifice in order to gain 6 energy to combine the food, so I'm just going to eat a normal food ration. Then go back downstairs and get ready to fight the boss and access the floor. There we go. Resume button down here resumes traveling to the last place you manually clicked at, as opposed to like auto-targeting or whatever. Okay, this is the boss floor. Again, this floor is... Oh, there's a little dungeon berry. This floor... Oh, has the boss for a minute. The boss has not woken up. So this boss can give you a damage over time debuff that washes off when you step into water. However, this boss heals 1 HP per turn when standing in water. And, you know, at low levels like this, when I have 45 max HP and I've got to fight a boss, 1 HP per turn is nothing to sneeze at. So typically what you want to do before fighting the boss is explore a few rooms. There we go. Nope, that's just a hallway, no water. To see if there's anything that has, you know, water followed by doors without water. So what I could do is say, lead the slime here, fight it in the doorway, and when it hits me with a debuff, I lead it through the water, and then the other side of the door, because, you know, I want those guaranteed hits from the door. I'm most likely not going to be able to make it down there before it notices me, so I guess this is where I'm fighting it. In this room, if you have, you know, a weapon like I do, you could just kite it around the pillars. I'm going to lead it a bit and then kite it around the pillars, just to show you both tactics. So you can see +1, it's gaining 1 HP a turn while there. Now I'm going to hit it. Okay, it hit me with Caustic Ooze. You can see Caustic Ooze had a little ooze thing, and I've got the status effect here. So I'm going to step here. Now I'm going to get a guaranteed melee hit, because, you know, just passed through a door. Bam. Okay, it was just knocked back by elastic, so I'm going to take a step. There we go. Now there's a space between it. I can hit it with a bow. Hit it again. Oh, missed. Waiting for it to use its attack. There we go. Okay, so you'll notice the spaces near me are being filled with black. You want to step away when it does this, because the next turn... Oh, I guess that was enough to break line of sight, so the attack stopped. Yeah, if you break line of sight by rounding a corner, it stops the attack. The next turn would have been the next spaces around it, and the third turn it would have done a lot of damage in those spaces. But generally, as long as you recognize that it starts that attack, just take 2 steps away for the next 2 turns, and it'll always miss you. Alright, it's doing it again. Step away, step away. Ranged attack, because I got a freebie. Get that guaranteed attack. Now, it's also another guaranteed attack when an enemy walks into tall grass, because it, again, broke line of sight between the 2 turns. And this is one reason that the Huntress is so powerful. You can step on the grass, get the loot from it, then lead an enemy through it, and each one of these is basically like a door or a line of sight blocker for guaranteed attacks. Even though the Huntress typically is just scrounging up whatever, and she doesn't start with an extra damage on stealth weapon, she can benefit from them. Alright, turn the corner, stops the attack. I'm just going to step into here just in case. There we go. Pick this up, pick up its special drops. Then finish off the little figure 8 loop thing. There is a hidden room on the boss floor. It's always generated, and it has the Rat King with some chests in it that just contain a little bit of gold. If I find it, I loot it. If I don't search for it. Now, I'm not going down this yet, because I want to manipulate the shop. There's one item in most shops, and it is an inventory bag. I have one inventory bag, the velvet pouch. You always start with it. It has seeds, stones, and a few little miscellaneous things. If I were to go down there right now, I would get the scroll holster, because I have scrolls on me more than anything. If I wanted the potion bandolier instead, I could drop scrolls until I had 1 scroll and 2 potions. I'd have the most potions. Do note that throwing weapons also count. I definitely do not with the throwing weapon thing, but I'm fine with the scroll. I pretty much always want the scroll or the potion holder. I never want the bandolier. Sometimes you'll pick up multiple throwing weapons, drop them so they're not in your inventory when you go down the floor, and it won't consider them, because the game tries to give you what it considers to be the most, what will save you the most inventory space. Dungeon berries heal like half your hunger-ish, so I'm just going to eat this one. All right. But what I have happens to work out fine. All right, click continue on the lore. And so now that I've gone down and the floor has generated, if I had dropped items to manipulate the shop, I could go back up, but I don't need to do that. Now, I can see here that this room is not a straight rectangle. This is a different room that is adjoined to it. This floor, the one after a boss, contains two normal doorways and a shop. So I'm going to ignore this area in the bottom left because it cannot contain the shop. And my first goal is the shop. Is that a shop? No, that continues. That might be a shop. Yep, that's the shop. And there's the item we're looking for, the scroll holder. Now, you can see the band has given me a chance to steal it. I'm not going to risk that, because if you fail, the shop vanishes. No thank you, I'm just going to buy it naturally. There we go, lots more inventory space, and now that the scrolls are on the holster, they're immune to fire. Let's see. So these scrolls, I know what they are from, just from experience. These are scrolls of upgrade, because there's always exactly 3 scrolls of upgrade in the sewers. So I know scrolls of upgrade, the shop doesn't sell them, but I know what remove curse is. What else does my character know? Remove curse, identify, and magic mapping. Okay, so you may notice 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 scrolls. Every shop always sells 1 identify, 1 magic mapping, and 1 remove curse. If it has other scrolls, they're randomly generated, but there's always at least 1 magic mapping, identify, and remove curse in a store. That's remove curse, that's identify, that's remove curse again, that's magic mapping, and that's Oh, identify. Oh, wow, nothing but those. Okay. What do I want? So I want to stock up on magic mapping because the final section in the game I want to go into with 4 scrolls of magic mapping. I almost never use scrolls of magic mapping except to map out those floors because they have a special bonus objective you want to get to quickly. But I'm not going to use those for a while, so generally the scroll of magic mapping is not my first purchase. I'm probably not going to eat multiple scrolls of remove curse. I have 1 for emergency, so I think I will actually go with identify in this case. And I can sacrifice blobs of goo, actually. They are an alchemy ingredient. Let me miss the stairs twice, okay. I'm actually going to go out of my way and travel back up to the alchemy pot in order to use the scroll of identify, because the more consumables I have identified, the more tools I have at my disposal properly, that I'm not just throwing about and, I don't know, setting myself on fire or something. There we go. I have at least 6 energy. Scroll tab now. Divination. Okay, 3 rings. Identifying rings via divination isn't really as useful as identifying consumables, but I know potion of levitation, but, whatever. The more you have, the more you have. Generally knowing what type a ring is before you decide whether you're going to risk wearing it or not is helpful, but rings are rarer than scrolls and potions by far. Didn't steal anything, that's fine. So I have a weapon now, that's not my starter weapon, but what I really want is armor, because skeletons on this floor explode on death. Now I have 12 strength now, and I have this armor that needs 12 strength if there's no upgrades in it, so typically it requires 12 strength. I have a 1 remove curse scroll, so I'm going to equip it even though it may be cursed, because I really need extra defense. This cloth armor, I'm going to get shredded in it on this floor. It was cursed. There was a special sound effect, the visual, the armor constricts around you painfully. What curse is it? Corrosion. Some curses aren't that bad, you can live with them, some of them are bad. Bursting with corrosive fluid, coating everything in the area with sticky acidic ooze. Well, chances are this floor might actually be one that's filled with water. No, never mind, it's not. The icon up here would be different if it was a water floor. So it's just these 2 rooms, so yes, I will be removing the curse on this. There we go. So with the curse removed, I can unequip it. You can see it's blue. I still don't have it fully identified, but I do know that this is uncursed now. Oh, okay. Attack, maybe steal from it. Nope. There we go. All right. So here, the first thing I want is rejuvenating steps, because when you step on short grass, it grows into tall grass, and you trample it immediately, so you can get a bonus out of it, and also it's there, so you can, shoot things through it or lead things through it to get a guaranteed hit, or maybe, a stealth hit if you're using some sort of stealth weapon. Scroll of Gufu. Alright, these guys are annoying. I actually want to back away to get a guaranteed hit because I don't do that much damage right now, and it can steal things. I don't really need what it stole, but, that's mine. Give it back. Okay, stepped on a vertigo trap, going to be confused. I'm not going to move, because when you tell it to move and you're confused, it keeps trying to move until you end up where you want it to. So there's a good chance that I could open this door and start randomly running around if I click anything. So I'm going to wait a bunch of turns until the confusion gas is gone. Unfortunately, in tight spaces, gas takes longer to go away, but thankfully I haven't killed much, so there don't appear to be enemies running around. You can see the gas reach down there, but now it's only back up here, so it is going away. There we go, looks like it's gone. Swallow. So I do have these 4 upgrade scrolls now, the Gifu upgrade scroll, but I don't consider either this weapon or armor good enough to warrant using an upgrade scroll in. Oh, well, that is a potion of strength. Now I'll have 13 strength. Right now the skeleton's blocked, but ain't gonna last long. Guess I'll just shoot what's available and then back away. Shoot this guy, because this one has the most HP. Get it to split. There we go. You'll see that that fly has a question mark. It's lost track of me because temporarily, well, I broke line of sight with a door between turns. But now it knows where I am again. Now, oh good, they lined up perfectly. The skeleton explosion on death damages enemies as well. So this guy's going to solve... Oh, familiar with my armor to identify it. Oh wow, it's a +2. That's really good. So I'm going to survive the first couple of floors easily. Now watch this. Bam. Glorious. Alright. That thing's still asleep, but I guess I'll just attack it like this. Generally, when enemies are, really offset, like, extended knight's moves away from you, sometimes their desire to move down in order to get diagonal with you will cause them to move into a dead zone. So it would have actually been better for me to move up here just to make sure I don't lose line of sight. Ooh, that is a weapon. That's a long sword. I believe that is a 16 strength. Yeah. So this is basically the tier for the sewers. 14 strength weapons are like the tier for this. 16 strength weapons are the next tier. As you upgrade things, the strength goes down. However, the higher the strength, the more upgrade scrolls it takes to make it go down. The first upgrade scroll on a piece of equipment always reduces the strength by 1. So if my strength were, say, 15, I could equip the longsword, unequip the Ring of Furor, and see if my attack speed is normal. If it is, then I would know that the longsword is at least a +1, but I'm not at the point where I can do that yet. And I don't know if 14 strength will reduce this by, 4 scrolls will reduce this, by enough for me to use it. So I'm going to hold on to this and see what my options are. Also, I forgot to sell this stuff to the shopkeeper, whatever. I'll get around to doing that. Too many things to think about when talking about the game. There we go. So now you can see the flies, they showed up on the previous floor, they show up on this floor. I'm not really regarding them as threats right now. Nom nom. Okay. Does this just go? Oh, hello. Armband grows stronger, now it's +1. So unfortunately, the cripple effect that I gave is going to wear out in 2.32 turns. So like if I hit it and step back, see, the cripple wore off before it could give me an extra turn. So unfortunately, using the armband to try to steal and then hit it and run away doesn't work. But yes, the +2 really helps. Don't quote me on this, but I believe, because this was the case a while ago, I don't know if this is currently the case, but the explosion, let's see if it's in the description. Disintegrate explosion of bones. Okay, the shrapnel from the explosion is harmful to anything nearby, but armor is very effective at mitigating it. So this is the enemy that's like, hey, get some armor at this point, because the armor's defensive numbers are rolled more than once against the skeleton's explosion. So that's why no armor, the skeleton's explosion will shred you. With upgraded armor, the explosion's negligible. It's basically the armor check enemy. Sell that. And these throwing weapons, I'm not going to use them. I've got the bow. I honestly just... Sometimes you'll end up with throwing weapons that you do more damage than the bow, or maybe I'll use a tomahawk because it has the bleed effect. But honestly, a lot of the time, if I'm already using the bow, I just don't want to bother with the ammo. I'll use these on other characters, absolutely, but on her, nah. This, alright. I now have 457 gold, so he only has 1 health potion for sale. Do I know what this is? No, I don't. Jade potion. So with these 2 charges on the Master Thief's armband, I could steal these 2 small food rations 100%. And 2 small food rations is equal to 1 food ration. But what sort of scrolls do I want? I guess it doesn't really matter because I don't have a 100% chance to steal a scroll. Yeah, even the scrolls have like, yeah, so that one's 52.70. It depends on the buy price of it. So I guess I will use my charges here. All right. I guess I'm going to get a, whoops, did not mean to click there. Guess I will get a remove curse. All right, don't have enough for an identify or anything. I could, I could have bought an identify and identified that thing, but it may have been cursed, wouldn't have been able to use it. Scrolls of Upgrade do have chances to remove curses on equipment, so it wouldn't have been, a big thing, but identifying it and then upgrading it to remove curses, I could have just equipped it and upgraded it to remove the curse, Chance of saving a scroll. Where are these? Oh, the doors are here. Let's see what sort of extra loot shows up here. Step down a bit. There we go. Now I can hit this thing. I don't want to use the scrolls just yet because one thing they could do is teleport you around the map, which is annoying when I'm trying to get into specific loot rooms. Oh. So this mail armor, I am immediately going to sell it back to the shop. It is a tier higher than the leather armor. However, in my personal opinion, mail armor is weak and needs things changed to it. Because this armor, leather armor +2, blocks 2 to 8 damage. Mail armor blocks 0 to 6 at base. Leather armor blocks 1 to 6 with a single upgrade into it. So the only time mail armor is better is if you're using base armor, but then it's 2 more strength required and, a second chance to get cursed. So personally, I think that mail armor needs to be buffed. In this case, I'm not even going to entertain the idea of using it. Whip, you can see 14 strength weapon. However, the short sword is 2 to 15, and the whip is 3 to 15, because the whip has reduced damage in exchange for high range, but I have the bow. I'm not the character to use it on. I would absolutely use it on the warrior, for example. Sell this, but not here. Gonna sell the bomb, because there's nothing I really intend to use it on. Rejuvenating steps. Alright, now I'm going to exit the shop, because shopkeepers getting attacked can cause them to flee, I believe, at the second hit in the current version, but don't quote me on that. Oh, cleanse an item. Okay, so there's only one option I have to cleanse, and I will know. So the random scroll it rolled was remove curse. Nothing happens. Okay, so it wasn't cursed. Use this again, and it teleports you. So a benefit of teleport effects, beneficial teleport effects, not traps, is that they will try to teleport you near a hidden room. So what we have here is a special type of hidden room. You can see that door was just showed up where you have a little maze-ish area. I can tell this is a maze from how it generated. It's like the smallest maze ever that has another hidden room inside of it. That is a rare enemy. You may have noticed the thieves had green cloaks. This one has a purple cloak. This one, what's it called? Crazy Bandit. More likely, oh, does this not have... doesn't have a special thing? Alright, whatever. So this, rare enemies have a special drop. So I definitely want to kill this because it's going to drop a ring or an artifact, which I'm going to use to replace the spellbook, most likely. Ooh, yes, synergy. Yeah, I'm going to use this even though it may be cursed. There we go. This is a lot better than the unstable spellbook as far as she is concerned. So Sandals of Nature, they give you more seed and dewdrops from grass, and what do? I regrow grass on a 5-turn cooldown. So I can regrow... Oh, hello. So he moved into there. I'm going to move up here, just get better line of sight to him. Alright, so this icon means the rejuvenating steps is on cooldown, so once that's cleared out, So just showing you how it works, anything you step in, once it's been cleared out, the first thing you step in, bam. All right, so now that I'm getting extra drops, includes extra seeds, I want this. Now the Sandals of Nature goes up 3, 6, and 9 unique seeds. I have 3 unique seeds that I could feed it that I'm fine feeding it with. I will feed it the Storm Vine, I will feed it the blue one, and I will feed it the brown one. And it surges in size. It has now upgraded, so the shoes have 2 effects. The first is the higher the tier they are, the more they passively increase seed and drop rate from grass, which is the main thing I use them for. But as well, the last seed they have been eaten, once they have enough charge, you can basically cause that seed's effect to happen within a few spaces of you. So this is seed of Earthroot that I fed it, so once it has at least 40% charge, I can use that to get Earthroot, say, at my location, because that's like a defensive seed effect. And I could, refeed it with a different last seed in order to change the effect. So this is one of my favorite accessories to get early. Favorite artifacts specifically to get early, because in general, the earlier you get artifacts, the longer the amount of time you have to upgrade them, the longer you have them upgraded for, the more benefit you're getting out of them, the more you're going to survive. All right, let's go into this place. Okay, so this is a well of health. I don't have anything that's cursed. I don't have anything that might be cursed. I have a scroll of remove curse. I guess I'm just gonna drink. Do I drink from it for the hunger? No, I've got the small food rations. I will save this just in case of emergencies. Armband grows stronger, now it's +2. Okay. Oh, okay. This is the type of enemy that I wish I didn't have Elastic on for, because this enemy is very dangerous at range. However, something with Shattered Pixel Dungeons AIs, enemies with like magical ranged attacks won't use them in melee. They just melee you in melee. Let's see. So I'm going to run out of its line of sight, keep it blissfully asleep, and hopefully come back to this room from the top where I will have less steps to wake it up. Because if I approach it from here, I'm going to be moving so many tiles that I'm going to be rolling to wake it up a lot. But if I approach from here, that's a shorter distance to wake it up from. Let's see. So based on that and that, I'm assuming that the main dungeon loop goes this way and that this is just a bonus room at the bottom. Yeah. Alright, so this one I want a potion of swiftness for. I haven't picked up any potions on this floor, so I don't know which one is swiftness. Oh, hey, look, a potion. It might be swiftness. Ooh, a guard. Alright. Okay, I can deal somewhat decentish damage. These guys are like a noticeable offensive and defensive increase. So... Okay, well that one might be. Oh wait, do I know what haste is? Because I was using potions. Okay, I don't know what haste is. So this piranha is special. You can see it sparkling, and these things are annoying. I'm going to leave this one alone, because I don't really have the tools to deal with it. This piranha is a rare enemy. It's weird, I've gotten 2 rare enemies this run. Sometimes you can do entire runs and like only see 0 or 1, but I'm already at 2 on floor 7. I'm actually going to step here, hope it doesn't wake up. It woke up, whatever. I'm just going to tank a hit, take the potion, walk away. Alright, that was levitation. So it looks like the green potion might be haste. But hey, I've got a stone of intuition. Use the stone, choose this. Is this haste? Incorrect. Okay. So now just 1 step, 2 step, there it is. Alright, gonna blow this guy up. There we go. On the, what are these things called anyways? Not the wall. DM100, okay, whatever, on the zappy spider robot. Yes, I know, got lore, I don't care. Not that I don't care about the lore here, but I've seen it all, you know? Okay, well, That guy was asleep when I walked through, which is why he didn't attack me. All right, that seed, the black seed, was starflower. Generally, I save seeds of sungrass because you can throw them to plant them, step on them, and they'll heal you over time to full. Seeds of starflower, their associated potion effect is level up. So I want to save them to, cook with a bland fruit, or 3 of them to guarantee a level up potion. Because again, I want to have like 3 or 4 experience potions for the final stage of the game. All right, so now I'm ready to pick my next trait because Rejuvenating Steps is full. The next one I want to go for is Heightened Senses because it lets you mind vision any enemy within 2 tiles of your position. Because even though this grass is beneficial for me, I can't see through the grass. So being able to see enemies that are close on the other side of the grass is useful. It also works, on walls and stuff too. I still don't have a wand. The NPC with the quest on this floor guarantees a wand. It's not necessarily going to guarantee to be an attack wand, but stepped on an alarm trap. So piercing sound echoes through the dungeon. This wakes everything up and alerts them to your location. They're going to start swarming here. There's probably enemies around there, but none here. What I could do is back off, but then there's so many ways to get here I'm going to get surrounded. So like I could back up here and they'll start swarming in from both sides. I back up here, there's 2 entrances. Like this is not a choke point thing when they're going to swarm from multiple directions. So I'm actually just going to continue forwards. Okay, there's something moving towards me. Oh, I saw the door, change, so something went through there, but whatever, I can ignore it. Alright, so I guess there weren't that many enemies left. Mind vision. Okay, I still haven't found speed potion yet. Is that it? Silver potion? I'm just going to assume that that's it. You may think... Oh, well, what about that orange potion? Could that be it? Theoretically, amber potion could be speed potion, but I'm waiting to see potions that I pick up, because if I pick up a second amber potion on this floor, then there's a chance it could be the speed potion, but I'm thinking it's the silver potion, because I already tried the stone on the jade potion, and that's not it. Because, speed potions aren't just puzzle solvers. Ooh, I'm just gonna go, yeah. I was hoping it wouldn't double back around, because it could steal and then escape through that door, then I have to chase it down, and the piranha's there, and blah blah blah, so... Get crippled. Okay, it tried to move down, we're good. I just hate chasing those things down, because if you completely lose track of those things, then they get away with whatever, like they despawn with it, whatever they stole. Going to step down, so that the door closes and that thing can no longer see me, because it hasn't noticed me yet. But if I were to move to the left to get away from the skeleton, enemy AI will generally follow the exact path you took. So if I move down like this, the skeleton's going to move into there and that door is going to stay open. Because when enemies die inside a door, it stays open. Alright. I can see that there's some wooden wall here. This is a bookshelf, this is a scroll room. So I know that the scroll room is not going to have the thing down here. So there's the speed potion. Now I can, zip zoom. Wow, all that for an arcane stylus. Thanks. Oh, hello. Would you like to take some damage? Free samples. Wow, I'm surprised it didn't chain me. It was probably going to chain me the very next turn. Wow. 1 scroll, 1 remove curse. That's fine. I think... Oh, there we go. So I can move towards it, so it can't attack me. I knocked it away, but it only has 1 exit, so I'm just going to wait for it to come back. Thankfully, knocking enemies out of doorways closes the doorway, otherwise this would have been annoying. So I think I'm going to wait until I get the... Oh, enemies moving in the darkness. This is a dark floor. You can see a torch icon. You have less line of sight, which also means enemies seem to spawn more often in the darkness because they spawn out of sight, and I don't like that. I don't like dark floors just because of the increased enemy spawns. So I think that the next strength potion I get, I'm going to drink it and then just like bank on the longsword being special, because it is going to be very high damage. I mean, base 4 to 25 damage before anything else. You know, the longer the amount of time you can squeeze past with whatever equipment you find before sinking any upgrades in, the more powerful you're going to be later on. All right, so I'm going into a more closed off portion so that I'm not walking through an open portion in darkness. Dark rooms always have at least one torch in them. Well, torches are actually kind of a rare find, so I guess I should say darkness floors have a torch on them. Ah. Here we go. Come on. There. Wow. Alright. Just hoping that, you know, a zappy spider robot doesn't walk through there and start zapping me from a distance, because that really hurts. Because in general, armor doesn't reduce magic damage. So being able to control... Oh, there's my strength potion. I am going to wait until the end of this floor just to squeeze out a bit more time. You know what? No, I'm not. Now that I've stepped on a trap, I'm just going to sink the scrolls into here. 1, 2, 3, 4. Screw it. I'm going to sink all 5 scrolls into it, equip it. That's 5 scrolls into it guarantees that it's good enough. Just going to start walking. How much damage does this thing do? Oh, well, I don't know yet. But me squeezing past with just that elastic short sword until here has really given me, you know, the opportunity for a huge boost in offensive power. And offensive power is also a form of defensive power, because this is a turn-based game. Like, turns are divided, you know, turns are floating point, so to speak. However, dead enemies can't do anything to you. And the less turns you spend around, the less hunger you lose, the less enemies are randomly spawning, etc. So, wrecked. I dealt 45 damage, but then that thing took its turn to zap me. Screw you. Alright. There's a mimic in my way. I'm going to get that other heightened senses. You may notice I've got heightened senses. I step away. Oh, hey! Look, the mimic, being an enemy, is highlighted through the wall. So I'm going to keep stepping away so that I can attack this guy at range. Really? See, a trap on a floor with zappy spiders, that's why I did this. Oh yeah, like this is all the offense I'm going to need for a long time. Wow, thanks for the unidentified short sword. Really, really doing me a solid there, getting me these drops. Oops. There we go. Here's this. Ooh, a ring. So, I don't know what this ring is at all, so I'm going to look here to see what I have identified this run. There we go, that tab. Just to see what it could possibly be. Alright, so you may notice most of this is like filled out in purple, means I've never encountered most of these before because, again, I'm playing on the PC version. I'm doing that for ease of recording. On the mobile version, or when you have, you know, a number of games under your belt, you'd know what these are. So this could possibly be accuracy, which would be nice because accuracy against enemies becomes an issue. Could be whatever this one is, which benefits like positive enchantments on weapons, which I don't have, so it wouldn't do anything. Then it could be some other things that I don't know, because it can't be any of these, because it's unidentified and I know what these are. Let's see. So I don't really spot anything that would be, you know, good. Like, let's say all of these were identified except for these two, then I knew it'd be one of these, and it's like 50% chance of being good, 50% chance of being meh. But here, there's a chance that it could be something I don't, you know, want if it's cursed. So I'm going to leave that there for now, and I may find a way to identify it basically for free later. So unfortunately, I do have to walk out here into this, you know, empty space without being able to see, but... Oh, Okay, so a mace is a pretty decent weapon, has a slight accuracy bonus, tier 3 weapon. If I didn't have the longsword, then I would have, cleared out the rest of the floor and then sunk the scrolls into the mace. Mace is a perfectly acceptable weapon for pretty much any character. I'm going to move down to break line of sight, because that thing, even though attacks can slightly clip through corners, enemies tend to not want to try to do that. So I can bow it, but it will move to melee me. Wow, look at these spider duos just walking around. Alright, so familiar enough with my weapon to identify it. I sunk 5 scrolls into it. Let's see if it's +5 or +6. +7! Whoa, okay. So that thing was already +2, so I could have probably begun using it earlier, but I had no way to know that, and it could have been bad if it was cursed and +0. You don't want to end up with a cursed piece of equipment that you lack the strength to use. That's almost a death sentence, because you can't unequip it. Ooh, there's a wand, and it's a blast wave. Why am I getting all the good luck? Strong weapon, shoes of nature, blast wave. Blast wave is a very good wand for the ranger, because it knocks enemies back, and then you can just mage them more. And it's not an enchantment on your melee, you choose to use it. Now, I don't know if this thing is cursed or not, so I'm going to try it. A wand of blast wave is a 3x3 explosion. So what I want to do is I want to aim it at the square below the enemy, because that way the blast up there is going to knock him that way. If I aimed it here, the blast would knock him diagonally, all that jazz. So I'm going to use it there. Okay, it was uncursed because it did the normal zap. A cursed wand, and you can see it's now known as uncursed. I don't know how enchanted it is, but it is known to be uncursed. A cursed wand never does its normal zap unless you have, the wand cursey, whatever this thing is. I don't have it. I have the trap mechanism, which I'm not updating because I don't feel like using it yet, and I didn't have enough sacrifices. I do now, so I might upgrade it the next potion, but whatever. I'm doing this, there we go, because I keep forgetting to use this thing. Some artifacts I'm good at remembering to use, some artifacts I'm not. Okay, I want a cold potion here, frost. Alright, the jade potion is probably frost, but I want to use a stone of intuition to confirm that first. Yep. Throw that over there, the corner, so I'm not frosted. Another upgrade scroll. I'm going to start holding on to them because my next thing I want to upgrade is going to be my armor. There's a chance that this could be like a ring of sharpshooting, which would, make my bow actually decent damage, and I'd want to upgrade that, but I don't know yet, and, don't have identify in order to know yet. So the sprite is facing left, which means that it's going to be, it just moved left is probably going to continue to move left. If it was facing right, I'd wait a few turns and then walk through the door to snipe it, but it's facing left, so I'm going to... Oh, okay, I guess it just happened to be facing left as it went down. Oh, well. You know what? One way that I could try to tell how strong the Wand of Blast Wave is by seeing if I can knock the skeleton into the pit. Because if I aim this thing, well, I don't know if I can actually aim it here from there. If I can aim it here and it only knocks the skeleton back 1, then I know it's pretty much unupgraded. But if it knocks it back into the pit and thus insta-kills it, then I know it's nicely upgraded. Oh, okay, that's nicely upgraded then. We're on floor 8, getting ready to go to the final floor. So there was no alchemy pot on this floor. It's going to be on the next floor. I'm running low on inventory space, but I only need to make it through the next floor. So instead of going all the way back up to 6, I'm just going to eat a ration of food at... Rude. There we go. Okay, so these two are done. I don't use durable projectiles with a ranger because I don't want to waste points on it when I could waste points on things with durability and throwing them and managing them as the ranger when the ranger already has this, which doesn't have, the bow doesn't have durability on projectiles or anything like that. So it's between these two. Invigorating Meal, which gives you haste and when eating lets you eat instantly, and Liquid Nature. Now, every class on tier 2 has some sort of food skill, and having at least one food, I don't know, skill, perk, whatever you call it, eating food takes 1 turn. Every character has this on one of their tier 2 skills. You always want at least 1 point in it, because otherwise it takes like 3 turns to eat a piece of food. If you need to eat in combat, you use 3 turns, where an enemy could walk up, like a second enemy could walk up and start zapping you, and you'd take a couple hits before you could respond. Avoiding anything that makes you helpless for a few turns is paramount in a turn-based game like this. So it wasn't that important in the early stages, but you definitely want it going forwards. So I want at least 1 point in Invigorating Meal. The question is, do I take the second point in Invigorating Meal for a bit more haste, or do I go with Liquid Nature? We'll figure it out. Now here, I am actually going to rest. I have 1 seed of sungrass. Now, I want to fall down this pit. These pits you see that are in a dead-end room, and you can see a well down there. Does it say anything specific? Yeah, distant well. Well in the depths below. There's something down there. This is how you get into the rooms with the translucent locked crystal door, if you've played this before and you've seen them. If not, I'll end up in there. But you take fall damage, a lot of fall damage, and you start bleeding from the fall. I'm not going to survive that as is, and I don't want to eat a health... Do I want to eat a health potion? I don't want to eat a health potion. I will hold on wait to start resting. Oh, hello, these guys. I think I'm just going to ignore that. All right, are you coming over here? Yes, you are. Okay. So the reason I didn't want to chase it down is because these guys summon skeletons, and it would have summoned a skeleton between me and it heals the skeleton, and it's a pain. In general, you want to make sure that you can attack these guys themselves. It takes it more than 1 turn to summon a skeleton, so if you can kill it in 2 turns, you're good. There's another one. It has not started summoning. So if I were to attack it, it would start summoning. Even if I backed away, it would summon the skeleton. However, the AIs, they have separate AIs. So if I attacked it and it starts summoning... Oh, it didn't start summoning yet. Now it's going to start summoning, and I back off. The skeleton minion doesn't know where I am. The necromancer knows where I am, skeleton does not. There's a good chance the skeleton won't go through the door. Yeah, the skeleton is going to wander off. The necromancer is going to come after me without his skeleton. However, the necromancer is going to summon his skeleton back here, but the important thing is I can now melee the necromancer directly, which is your goal when fighting these things. What are they? What? Everything is wandering around here. I'm just trying to get some time to rest, to heal, and noticing these things is doing this. Okay. I could knock it into the pit. I do not want to knock it into the pit because these guys can drop health potions. Items that fall into pits, if you knock an enemy into a pit, it can drop an item and the item goes down the pit as well. Most items will make it through pits just fine, and they will end up in a random place on the next floor. In a floor like 8 that leads to floor 9, it's going to go randomly. A health potion is going to shatter. Potions are destroyed and they have like their on throw effects activate. Health potions don't do anything useful if they break not on top of you, and I don't want to waste it. All right, so it didn't start summoning, started coming towards me, so this is what I want. Okay, now let's see if I can rest enough to heal enough. Really? All right, whatever, this is good enough. As long as you've got like at least this much health, you can just jump on down. And the first thing you want to do, go into your inventory, take the seed, throw the seed right next to you, step onto the seed. Because you have a bleed effect, but now you have a heal effect, and you are in a locked room. Enemies cannot get in here. So I can click this until the bleed effect goes away. Now I can click and hold, and I will be fully healed by this seed. So this is one of the reasons I keep the green seeds around and try to avoid using them for anything else, so that I can safely make it through one of these. Alright, that skeleton pile did not have a ghost. If it did, I could have just used the wand. So it has the key to go out, has a drop, has some equipment. I'm not going to use any of this. I'm not going to use any of the mails, rather. Oh, scimitar. Scimitar is a perfect... I can't carry it. Scimitar is a perfectly decent weapon. I'm going to step over here onto the scimitar because I'm going to make grass. Wow, can't carry that. And now I'm going to start shooting this guy through the grass. And in fact, no, I'm just going to keep shooting it through the grass because they're guaranteed hits. Do that. Healing potion, levitation. This is the mini boss summoning spot for the quest on this floor, one of the quests on this floor, so I don't do anything with that yet. I'm going to drop an item so I can pick up the berry and eat the berry, then pick the food back up. Seeds and stuff galore. Zapped me, missed me, backing up. Go. Oh, scroll of identify. Alright, so this is the stairs down, so all these weapons I'm not going to use and I can't do anything with. I'm just going to drop them, the weapons and armor, here. If there was something I wanted to use that I could identify for later, like if I had some high tier armor here, I'd carry it around with me still in case I found a way to identify it, but I don't care about any of this stuff I'm dropping right here. I'm just going to be selling this stuff later. I'm going to go back and get this. This plant right here that I'm avoiding, I avoid most plants generally. This plant here is a fade leaf. It will teleport you to a random place. Hello. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to immediately hit him with this. There we go. All right. I'm going to step in and out to see if I can wake this thing up. Because on the turn that enemies naturally wake up, they usually don't attack. It really depends on various factors. Alright, I'm going to walk. I missed. Definitely not used to navigating via clicks. Walk over here, double click to search, double click to search. Just in case I need to cook something, knowing where these fire traps are may be helpful. Probably not, but since I was in the room, I might as well have recognize where the traps were, just in case. Okay, this I want a floaty potion. I have floaty potions, levitation. Y'all are just getting to hear my thoughts, because I don't have to sit here and think of the proper name to mentally realize this is the potion I need, this is a potion that makes me float. I don't need to think potion of levitation to myself. But you can tell I don't remember all the exact in-game lore names. Now, since I had a potion of levitation, I didn't activate that ice trap, but now it's blocking my path back. What I could do is just step on it anyways and just wait out the freeze, but I have a better idea. Killing this guy. I'm just going to shoot my Wand of Blast Wave up, and since it hits in a 3x3 area, it activates that trap for me. And now I can identify it is a +1. Nice. Don't know what this kind of room is. Okay. Scared for nothing. Oh, there we go. Yes, don't care. Alright, so what I want to do first is Scroll of Identify into Divination, use that. Please identify some of these scrolls for me. One scroll. Scroll of Mirror Image, I generally don't use those, so that's something I could sacrifice. I don't really want to use any of these seeds to make potions yet, so I guess I'm just going to focus on food. I've already found and used the room that the potion of levitation on this floor would drop for, so I don't need a potion of levitation on this floor because there can only be one of each specific puzzle room on a floor. So there's nothing on this floor that I'm expected to loot that is going to use a potion of levitation. There is a special rare hidden room that requires levitation or some other way to traverse, but it's very rare, and like I'd need, chains or levitation plus speed potion, and I know I don't have speed potion. So I'm going to, you know what, I'm going to sacrifice the mirror image scroll actually after all that talk, just in case. Turn this into very good food, the meat pie. So the meat pie, fully feeds you, but then gives you well fed for 450 turns. It takes an extra 450 turns before your hunger starts to decrease. And so that is, definitely a beneficial gain over the normal 3 types of food. I'd make another, but I don't have any fish meat. And I know there was that like phantom piranha, but that's a different type of fish meat, and I don't think it's worth it to go back to fight that thing. Do I not? No, I guess I just go through here. It's not worth it to go, back that many floors and hunt it down for 1 piece of food. Walk up, whack. Come on. There we go. So again, you may have noticed I moved forwards to block line of sight and then waited to let that thing come over to where I could melee it again to avoid its attacks. I am unusually powerful for this stage in the game, given my weapon, and this is getting to be okay-ish at best. Like, this needs an upgrade soon, but you may still notice me playing a bit cautious. Oh, there's the entrance to the floor, which may seem kind of odd. Wait, why am I just now finding the stairs up? Because remember, I fell into the well room to enter this floor, and so I didn't know where the entrance or exit were. What is it? Right, it's the Fresh Embers elemental. Let me clear this. Alright, so you may notice that the music changed. Music changes like this when it's ready. So the music wouldn't have changed previously because I didn't have all 4 ceremonial candles. Now I do, I can summon the boss, so it's like, hey, getting ready, blah blah blah. Wow, 2 of these guys. You can see my hubris. I'm not backing up to fight them one at a time because my offensive abilities are just so much stronger than they'd normally be. Like, I'm having an unusually lucky run. Alright, what I'm gonna do... remember to use this. Oh, stolen mail armor I don't want. What I'm gonna use... my god. Alright, so I'm going to shoot that guy, shoot him again. Then I'm going to use the blast wave, because if you knock an enemy into a wall, they get paralyzed. I can't see it, so I'm just going to have to, click to aim manually. There we go. Well, I'll do it again, I guess. There we go. Okay. Did it drop a potion? No, it didn't. Going to shoot this over here to clear the grass out to reopen line of sight because I want the enemy to see me, because I don't want to get set on fire by this enemy. So I want to lure it into the room that has water in it. So it's going to target me and these squares. I'm going to walk, like, if I walk over here, the door connected to the grass, the fire is going to spread. So I'm just going to take this fire and then walk into the water. I have line of sight. No, sorry, I have magical sight. I do not have line of sight, and I do not have any charges on blast wave. Otherwise I would shoot into the door, which, 3x3 attack would blast him back. So I'm just going to walk up here to wait a turn, or basically to wait for him to move, start shooting him. His AI didn't realize that. Step out of the attack and hit him. There we go. And you can see, like, I somehow know that grass is being burnt because video games. Hello. Gonna shoot him. He's gonna step he's either going to summon from there or take one more step and summon. Or he's going to summon from there. I'm going to walk around it. Because if you walk into the space where the summon happens, and then the summon happens, it shoves you out somewhere else. So I could walk forwards and it might shove me back or diagonally, in which case I would lose a turn. So I'm going to go over here to avoid getting shoved. Oh, nice. All right. So now that I have the elemental embers, I can give it to the quest dude. Wow, a second wand of blast wave. Honestly, dual wielding explosion sounds fun. The wand of corruption can be useful on characters that don't have like infinite ranged attacks. So like, I want to just kill enemies from a distance. I don't want to debuff them from a distance, which is what Wand of Corruption does. If I was on like a rogue and an enemy noticed me from a distance, I would just Wand of Corruption it, at least debuff it before it gets to me. If I was on a mage, I'd probably just use an attack wand on it. If I was on, warrior, I'd definitely use that. But I'm going to dual wield a blast wave. The wands he gives you from his quest are guaranteed to be at least +1. The sad ghost could learn from this man. Second +1, so there we go. So now I've got 6 charges of blast wave total to burn through. And let's go here, because I'm pretty sure I'm done with the floor. Scrolling in this version's weird. Alright, do I have enough? I don't have enough space for everything. I'm going to drop the extra weapons just in case. So one reason that I usually prefer the scroll holster if I have a choice is because this boss can set you on fire and I don't want my scrolls burning up, But, sometimes... Oh, I forgot about this. Am I going second point in invigorating meal or liquid nature? I'm just going to go second point in invigorating meal. So 1 turn of haste to 2 turns of haste doesn't sound that good. However, when you are moving under haste, you take less than 1 turn to move. So like 1 turn of haste lasts more than 1 square, 2 turns of haste lasts more than 2 squares. So it's a bit stronger than it may seem. Just thinking about the numbers. There's the key. All right. Walk up. I'm not going to use the armband on him because he doesn't have any steel. It would just waste charges. I'd rather use charges to steal in the shop. Being very careful to click. So this is one situation where having the grid on the settings that I did earlier, having the grid on one of these settings really helps. So you can see where you can step, how many steps it's going to take. So you could also just shoot him with a bow, which I'm going to do right now. In fact, I'm actually going to use a Wand of Blast Wave just to guarantee a hit on him, because wands aren't dodgeable. There we go, because he's at 101 health, and when he hits 100, he phases. Alright, next phase. Just going to knock him into a wall for a little extra damage. There we go, 4 damage instead of 2. Alright, so he always throws this, like, offset from you. It may land on top of you if you're just really unlucky, but there's 3 turns until it explodes. 1, 2, then I wait, and it explodes. I step forwards. Okay, this alternates. So these zappy squares, it's going to attack in, then it like alternates whether it's diagonal or plus. I'm going to move down to avoid the attack and hit him with melee because my melee does a lot more damage than my bow right now. This will time out eventually, but I think I'm just going to try working my way around it. Alright, this is him setting fire. So the smoky squares are not on fire. They will catch fire for 1 turn next turn. So I can go up. I can go up. And so this square I'm in will catch fire next turn, so I just walk through it, basically. Just gotta have the right parity, wait a turn, waste a turn moving up or down or whatever. Okay, I have just enough turns to hit him once and then try to move out. So let's hope that he doesn't throw a zappy thing with bad positioning. There we go, he didn't. There we are. Alright, so I'm going to shoot the Wand of Blast Wave up here, the square above him, so it knocks him down, deals a little extra damage. Did he just teleport into the square he was already at? Smooth. There we go. Alright. Now, Tengu's Mask gives you a subclass choice depending on the character. For the Ranger, I almost always go Sniper. Warden has some really interesting synergies, and even though like I already have the boots synergy, honestly, the sniper can pierce armor with her ranged attacks. That keeps her infinite shot bow continuing to do acceptable damage, despite the fact that enemies are gaining armor over time and the bow gains damage very slowly. Choose Warden if you're okay with your bow just falling off and you're going to use other things for ranged, but I go with Sniper. So the first thing I'm going to want is Farsight, because this can help counteract dark floors and can also increase your range of vision further than that of enemies, so you can attack ranged enemies outside of the range where they can attack you back. So the first thing I go for is Farsight. Second thing I go for is Point Blank, because this reduces the accuracy penalty from hitting things right next to you with ranged, and it's at +3, it turns it into a slight bonus. This is really good against succubi in the final set of floors, because if they, charm you and you can't melee them, you can just bow them until you can melee them again, one way or another. But also, like, if you get an enchantment on your bow and you really want to hit the enemy, with a debuff enchantment or something, you can do that even when they're right next to you or something. But the Farsight is definitely easier. Now, before I go down the stairs and generate the next shop, I want to make sure that it's going to be what I want. I don't have any throwing weapons in my inventory. I only have 2 wands. Wands and throwing weapons go in the same bag, and I have more potions than anything. So it's going to be a potion bag, and that's what I want. Continue. That's a bat. Gonna go up here. That is not the shop. Walk down here. The bat is still asleep. That's got to be the shop. The shop door, by the way, is never hidden. So this is one door out. That's not a door. That's a pit. So the other door is probably right here in order to go out. I'll use 4 charges for 100% steal chance. Get it some experience. All right, gonna start selling these things, which is like nothing. Okay, let me go get the stuff to sell. I missed. Pick up these weapons again. I've played like 500 games of this on mobile, but very unused to doing the clicking. Like, the UI makes sense and all that, but Alright, sell the honeypot as well. Some of the things that I've been selling, like bombs and honeypots and stuff like that, can be used in Alchemy to make special bombs and stuff like that, and bombs have been recently buffed to do like noticeable damage, like firebomb 15 to 45 damage. That's pretty good throughout most of the game. That's actually pretty good throughout all of the game. But it's just not in my usual playstyle for this character. Okay, remove curse, identify an unknown scroll, and magic mapping. Let's see. So I don't have any magic mapping. I forgot to buy magic mapping on the earlier floor. I want to buy magic mapping before I forget about it. So now it's between remove curse and identify. I have 2 remove curses. I want the identify. Boop. And I have 1 charge, so I guess I'm just going to steal a small food ration. That was enough to rank it up. All right. Do I have enough seeds to feed this thing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I do. There's no point to feeding it seeds when you don't have enough unique seeds, because you see they gray out. It has to be unique for that tier. Like if I only had 5 unique seeds, I wouldn't feed them, because then I can't use them and they're not doing anything in the boots until it gets, up. Because you notice these things are still +3. Still +3, but then once I feed it enough seeds, it jumps up to +7. So generally, feed it batches of seeds at a time. It's 3, then 6, then 9 unique seeds. And for the 9th unique seed, sometimes you do need to feed it a yellow or a black seed. Just really depends on how desperate you are. All right, so that room, I can see the enemies in it. I know it's not a hidden room because the Piranha treasure room, these tiles right here, you'll notice that they're different from floor tiles, even though they have the same description. These special kind of tiles only show up in like special rooms. So I know from experience that this is like a Piranha room. You'd enter it from the left and the treasure would be right here. So there's no point in wasting turns searching. This could be another entrance, and it could also not be another entrance. You may notice from this that floors in the caves section of the game, a lot of the rooms and a lot of the floors are a lot more jagged than normal. And this plays a little havoc with me being like, oh, well, here, if this were another floor, this would obviously be some sort of secret hidden entrance. Oh, and it is in this case. I don't want to get zapped by these guys because they debuff, but honestly, they're also relatively close to me now. I don't want this guy to wander around and then encounter me again when I'm further away and he gets more debuff shots at me. Also, the fact that this guy's awake either means that he was here earlier and he spotted me clipping around the corner while I was walking through here and I didn't notice and he happens to wander back, or he has respawned. His first zap got me. Debuff, vulnerable, it doesn't matter. They don't do much damage. These guys are fine on their own as long as they only zap you once or twice. So these piranhas. I'm going to hope that this one doesn't wake up. Of course it wakes up. I wish the door entrance wasn't here, because if you knock a piranha onto dry land, it insta-kills it. But unfortunately, I don't have any way to angle it to go onto the dry land. I guess I'm just going to do this. Wow, 23 damage. Shoot that. Wow. Nope, see, apparently I couldn't angle it like that to shoot it out. Yep, I'm just going to sit here and take pot shots. Okay, now that these guys are up here, I should be able to shoot right here, which will knock this guy down there. And then I can basically repeat the same thing there. There we go. Insta-killed, and now I have 3 more meat. And yes, I do know I took a big hit. I'm not in danger yet, but I do know I took a big hit. Does this go through? I'm not going to search because bats move 2 tiles at once, so I'm just going to do this. Bats deal more damage than you may think. I'm going to shoot this. Boop. Alright. Knock that guy over. I'm not going to shoot it because it's over a pit and bats can drop health potions. I'm literally just going to wait a turn. It's beneficial to do nothing. In fact, I'm going to wait a second turn because the bat will be right next to me and I'll be able to use a charge to maybe steal a health potion. Nope, so I will just attack it. Potion of strength. Oops. Oof. Yeah, the lower your health, the stronger the you've been damaged flashes are. Rotation. Oh, this is a floor with a lot of traps, I see. There's a trap icon here, and yeah, there are a number of traps. So being able to activate traps at a distance via the blast wave doesn't just get them out of way. A lot of traps will attack the nearest thing. So like this poison dart trap, this doesn't necessarily just attack you, it'll attack the nearest thing. So like you could just throw something on it when it's near an enemy to poison them. Of course, like skeletons can't be poisoned, for example. Okay, these altars do two things. If you are standing on the altar or around the altar and you kill an enemy, like the fire burns brighter, once you kill enough enemies on there, it drops a cursed weapon. It tries to drop a good weapon, but it is cursed. The second thing is, in order to make sure that you can get this, when this is visible on screen, when you're like looking at it, basically, like, I don't know why they coded it like this. I don't know if the dev changed it or not, but currently when you can see this, enemies have increased spawn rates, so that if you're standing here waiting, it's a shorter time before an enemy finds you to sacrifice it. But I just walked here to block line of sight, so now as I'm going through here, I can't see this and it's not affecting spawn rates. Honestly, it should just be while you're in here, it affects spawn rates instead of line of sight. I should not have moved down. That was a misplay on my part. I'm going to correct it by shooting. Oof. He did not do that. These guys are kind of tanky because when you kill them, they lose a turn to enrage, gain a second health bar, and they take damage over time as they chase you around. So like, there we go. They'll die eventually. As long as it's not the rare type. The rare type doesn't take damage over time as it walks around, which is spooky. Too angry to die. Let's see. I have enough for another scroll. I don't want to attack that thing. I could, but the first thing it's going to do in response is start walking down, thus get out of line of sight and be chasing me. I'm going to just wander over here and hope that I just happen to wander into it, which I did not. Now it's wandering somewhere else that I don't know. Whatever. Was that it? Thought I saw that door open? Yeah, it was. There we go. Now I meet it here, and it has no chances to attack me. What is that trap? Warping trap? I don't want that. I don't want to... Oh, you know what? Fine. I'll hit this. When these traps activate, they warp whatever's nearby them. So I'll just do that. Now he's gone somewhere else. He's still angry, and he's still going to chase me, but he's got further to go. Again, I'm going to wait, because the thing was over a pit. Alright. Sell that. What's here? Nope. Alright, what do we have here? A remove curse, which I'm not in particular need of, and then a scroll that I don't know what it is. Do I have those yet? I do. I don't know what it is, and I don't think I don't have any way to explicitly tell. Well, steal this. 806 gold. What potions are these? Purity, mind vision, healing. I'm tempted to actually instead buy the Stone of Augmentation. I have 7 healing potions. Like, that should be enough. If I find armor soon, this is enough healing potions, and I'd rather have the stone. But if I don't find armor soon, I may need 1 more healing potion to survive. Screw it, I'm gonna get the healing potion now, and, you know, I'm close to the Stone of Augmentation. Stone of Augmentation lets you re-weight a weapon, basically, like a weapon that is fast but does low damage. You can make it slower and do more damage, and the opposite. So like you could take a weapon that's strong but slow and turn it normal speed. Atmosphere hints that this floor hides many secrets. Guess I'm going to be searching a bit. Is it down here? Oh, well. Oh, well, this is a secret room. This is a maze room. Um, one of the mini mazes that contains a secret room behind it, which ironically can sometimes be another maze, just like it was here. These larger mazes always have a chest at the end that has some piece of equipment, weapon or armor specifically. So there's a chance this could have, like the, what is it, scale mail or something, the yellow stuff? Oh no, that's a runic blade. That's a pretty good weapon. It's like tier 16 strength, tier 4. Runic Blade's special ability is it gets additional damage from upgrades, so the more upgrades you have in it, the more OP it is. But I already have my upgrades sunk into a different weapon. I need food. I'm like running around half health and hungry. So where? Oh, I see. So this is like a hallway path. It's just an open hallway path leading here, so this is where the door is. There we go. The game kind of tries to disguise the whole like hallway and door thing by, making these various types of rooms, but sometimes you can still figure it out if you pay more attention than I have. This is a quest giver. He is the blacksmith. He can, merge some of your equipment together. He can upgrade your equipment, stuff like that. I don't have any use for him yet because I'm good on the weapon. I mean, this weapon, 11 to 60 damage. This will last me the end of the game. I can do the ascension run with this weapon, no problem. But I need armor, but I don't have any armor worth having him touch yet. And I don't want to do his quest when I'm still running around in leather armor +2. I kill the bat first. Then I'm just going to knock him into the fire. So now he's got double damage over time. Let me just take a step away and let him die. There we go. I didn't talk to him to see what the quest is because, I don't want the pickaxe he gives you taking up space. Yes, I worry that much about inventory management just because extra time managing extra inventory items is extra turns for enemies to spawn and find you. I hate these things because they'll poison you and run away, so I'm going to do this. Hope that it moves closer again. Then I'm going to knock it into the pit, I think. There we go. It dropped a piece of meat. That's fine. I don't really need it. That's a mimic. Again, examine them to find out. So what I can do, instead of having to throw something into the door, I can just drop a pumpkin pie here. Again, because it's Halloween, so the pasty is themed as a pumpkin pie. Go over here, and then just start pelting it with arrows. I don't want to knock it into the pit in case it's got a potion in it. Wow, that guy didn't notice me at all. So, all staircase up and down rooms, all entrance and exit rooms, have 2 doors. So this is probably here, yeah. Alright, so I'm going to go right here. So one thing you haven't really seen me do is use the Wand of Blast Wave on enemies that are right next to me. And that's because, again, the Wand of Blast Wave affects a 3x3 grid, which involves you. So if I were in the open and I used it, it would recoil both of us backwards. And if you recoil, you get and hit a wall, that is you getting knocked into a wall, then you also get paralyzed. But here, I can't move, there's no recoil. You can just pretend I'm braced against the wall. Alright. Another scroll of upgrade. Get the far sight upgraded some more. Farsight doesn't increase your vision angle, it just increases vision distance. So you can see, I can see all the way over there now. Is there anything over here? Nope, okay. I have a silver key. Oh, there's the door. I can see the little bit of the keyhole poking out. Okay, this is armor. I'm going to stand over here because when you open a gravestone, I didn't mention this earlier, but you are surrounded only in the primary directions by ghosts or whatever this game calls it. So I open this here, I'd have 4 ghosts to deal with. 1, 2, 3, 4. If I opened it here, I'd have 3 ghosts to deal with. If I open it here, I only have 2 ghosts because they can't spawn in the statue or the wall. Now, the number of ghosts doesn't really matter because, again, Wand of Blast Wave is AoE. But if I were using another wand, this would be a big deal. They cannot attack. I believe they're called wraiths. Yeah, wraiths. They cannot attack their first turn. So if I did this and I had any other attack wand, I could just shoot both of them, just 1 turn, 2 turn, and I don't get hit at all. It doesn't really matter with Blast Wave, but that's what you want to do. You want to open stones when you are graves, when you're positioned in such a way that you don't get multiple spawns on you. So that trap there, which was a cold trap, triggered. You may notice that this cold trap is more than just a 3x3. As you get deeper in the dungeon, you get stronger versions of traps. Hold on, did that add it to my list? Yeah, it did. Okay. So like the chilling trap is just a 3x3, but the frost trap is a wide range. So if you spend numerous turns in the trap, your chilled debuff gets stronger. If your chilled debuff gets too strong, you get frozen. So there we go, I get out before it gets frozen. Now that is the armor I want, so I'm just gonna kill time until the frost goes away. There we go. Scale armor of overgrowth. So things that drop from wraith graves are always cursed. Like I mentioned, there are like specific rooms that always generate uncursed. There's also stuff that's always cursed. Remember, pay attention to the background. If the background does not lie. So this is uncursed, period. This is cursed, period. And this is, a grab bag. Have fun. Good luck. So what I could do is, just remove curse, try to wear it, see if it's upgraded at all. If it is, sync scrolls into it. I don't know if it... Oh, wait, I have 15 strength, right. So, forget what I said. So, this usually requires 16 strength. The first upgrade on a piece of equipment always reduces the strength by 1. Anything further than that is harder and harder the stronger the equipment, but even the strongest equipment always has its strength reduced by 1. So if this has any upgrades, then I will be able to move at full speed while using it. So I've got 2 scrolls of remove curse, so I'm going to risk it and see. So there's my turn counter. Let's see if I move and that stays the same. It did not. I am not moving at normal speed, which means this thing is cursed and not upgraded. It can just go in the trash. I'm going to remove curse and swap back to this. So, unfortunately, sometimes, you just encounter stuff that's a waste. How does this connect? There we go. And this just loops back again. No, it doesn't. Okay, whatever. Cave's generation is weird, or at least, it's in such a way that my gamer instincts are often wrong. Again, waiting until it crosses the pit. Because the enemies prefer a straight line to a diagonal line. Alright, so there's not really anything I can do here. Technically, this thing isn't useless to me. I could identify it and then immediately do the troll blacksmith's quest and get it upgraded, but I'm greedy and I'd rather hope that I find an upgraded armor later. The blacksmith can give you up to 2 upgrades, depending, but he has requirements for each one. I still don't know what this ring is, by the way. Chances are this ring is not going to replace my Furor +1 ring, but I don't know. So, sell that, sell that, sell these throwing weapons that I'm not using. Let's see. Remove curse. It says, well, use 3 charges on that. How much gold do I have? Oh, I have enough gold for this and this. Do I have enough gold for this too? I don't. Okay, whatever. I'm going to risk the 80% chance, actually, because there's nothing else in this shop I really need or want. And when you're doing the Ascension run, these normal shops are gone anyway, so... There we go, got it. Okay. I wanted an extra Arcane Stylus just for more rolls on the armor that I do get. So that guy's facing the left, so chances are he's going to go through the door. So I'm going to step away and then wand him. Alright, so this far side is done, and I'm going to point blank now. These guys can drop armor, by the way. I didn't get him before he turned undead. I don't know, whatever. Before he went into death mode. Before he enraged. But the point I wanted to communicate wasn't him enraging, was him dying. Because if you have these guys from a distance and you just want them dead, you can, just get them into that death state and then just walk away, and you can be guaranteed that they're going to die. I'm just going to use the Wand of Blast Wave just to guaranteed kill it, because it'll also clear out the cobwebs. Eat a ration of food, because I'm poisoned, so I'm taking more damage, so I want to make sure that I'm going to start healing instead of starving. Okay, this room you're going to want... Okay, Potion of Purity. One thing to note, if you think you have a Potion of Purity, but you're not sure, step out of the doorway before you drink the potion. I have had more than one death where I was like, well, I've got this potion, it's gotta be a Potion of Purity, and I drank it standing in the doorway, and it turns out it was paralysis, and being unable to move, I just died to the poison gas. So, if you're not sure, step out first. Anyways, I'm gonna take a step to the left, hoping that guy steps out, and then I can knock him into the pit, because they very rarely drop wands, like very, very rarely. And it doesn't matter if the wand falls. Drink Purity. In these rooms, a Potion of Purity gives you just enough time to get all 3 loot piles and get out. Sometimes it's short, like 1 step, but whatever. Alright, so now I have a decision to make. As a player, I'm aware that scale armor has no upgrades in it, but it's unidentified, so the blacksmith won't work with it. If it was identified, I could just do the blacksmith quest and have him upgrade it twice, and I'd be good to go. I'd be starting with a +2 scale armor to drop scrolls into. But I might just on the next floor find something better, and that's... Balancing that desire, balancing that greed is part of the difficulty of playing many roguelikes. Because it's the thing. So this thing blocks 2 to 8. This is going to block 0 to 8. So swapping from my base 12, cost 12 strength armor to the base 16 strength, I literally lose, just because upgrades are that strong in this game. So the thing is, why don't I just use a Scrolls of Upgrade to make it better? Because then I can't get free upgrades out of the blacksmith. The blacksmith will only give his upgrades into items that are less than +2. And you can afford 2 with the points he gives. If you don't know, when you beat his quest, you get a certain number of basically favor points with him. Then you get a menu, and you can spend combinations of favor points to upgrade your gear, have him make some new gear, whatever. Sorry about my throat. Let's see. I think I'm doing well enough. I have enough food to prevent, starving. I have a couple health potions, numerous health potions. I'm going to go down 1 more floor, see what I can find. Okay, another floor where I'm searching for the second door, just because I want to have options to escape, you know. Okay, the ground starts to give way around you, and I don't think I have a way to escape this. The Wand of Blast Wave does knockback, but I can't. The game won't let you target yourself with it. Oh, I last fed my Boots of Nature a seed of Fade Leaf. I can use that to teleport somewhere random. Yeah, I could also like read one of these scrolls and hope. Oh, I could actually drink. You know, I'm gonna drink a levitation potion because if I just do nothing or walk on the next turn, all these squares around me are going to be temporary pits that are going to drop me onto the next floor. I'm going to take a lot of damage, be crippled, but I won't be in a safe room. It's going to put me somewhere random where there may be enemies. So falling into a pit normally or falling into one of these traps is very deadly. I could use the boots with the Seed of Fade Leaf power to teleport me somewhere random on the floor, but again, I could end up with enemies. So what I want to do is, since I happen to have an extra potion of levitation, drink it. Boop. Pit doesn't do anything to me. And it is just a temporary pit, so that area is now totally safe. Well, at least there's no traps in it. Safety not guaranteed. If I wasn't so far into the game, I might just die there just to prove a point, but not at this point. Alright, that's a Wand of Magic Missile. Honestly, that's not really going to do me good. I'm going to use Alchemy to probably recycle that to power up one of my other wands, but there's so many things there. I'm going to have some fun. I'm going to shoot this here, and it's going to knock back these two and just do nothing to that guy. Boop. Alright. Oh, there we go. What I was hoping came true. This guy came through first. There we go. So the bat is going to turn the corner, cross the pit to get at me. But honestly, that is... So I could duck into this door to prevent the bat from getting at me, but that would expose me to unknown danger with known danger still following me. I would rather take the known danger than the unknown danger. So we're going to go through here. That guy dies. Now I can just fight the bat. It's amazing this guy didn't wake up, because combat doesn't wake enemies up, oddly. Wow, and there was that thing that didn't get hit at all. Gonna fight. Oof. Yeah, these guys are starting to hurt. And that thing's awake. Knock it into a wall, paralyze it while I take care of this guy. Okay. Web to me, I'm gonna shoot it upwards. Stun it, ranged attack. I just don't like getting poisoned by these guys. There we go. Alright, I'm going to put this wand in my hotbar and try to remember to use it, because this tier 1 perk that I talked about earlier identifies all equipment, and I was pointing at this for equipment probably, but wands also count. So the Huntress identifies wands faster, not like the mage who, you know, identifies wands with his perk fully upgraded, identifies them the moment he zaps them. Let's see if it's cursed or not. Cursed. Okay. It happened to randomly do something useful, but I'm actually going to use a remove curse scroll on this. There we go. Use it a few more times. Okay, so I got 3 shots out of it, so it's not upgraded, because unlike all the other ones, Magic Missile starts with 3. Like, its base count is 3 instead of 2. I hate spiders. I mean, the giant cave spiders, specifically. Alright, there's nothing over there. I'm gonna... Ooh, that is a Stone of Enchantment. I'm going to use that to get a, random enchant on the weapon, and I hope it's not elasticity or fire. It's fire. Enchantments and glyphs, so like the, magical effects on weapons and armor, they aren't all equal in probability. Blazing, the fire one, is pretty common. Others, like Grim or Vampiric, are kind of rare. I don't like blazing on weapons as the ranger, because as the ranger walks around, she regrows grass even from burnt embers. So I'm like making more hazardous areas where I could catch myself on fire. and also like burn down plants before I can get the seeds and dew out of them with here. So like this is anti-synergy here. I'm almost tempted to use a scroll of upgrade. Let's see. 80% chance to destroy its enchantment. Not yet. I'll get some use out of it. Where'd that thing? Oh, there it is. So these guys try to rush up to you in melee. They do have a ranged attack. They do not prefer the ranged attack. However, if they cannot reach you long for a period of time, they will use their ranged attack. So instead of knocking it back and delaying it getting to me, I'm just going to keep ranged attacking just so it doesn't spit poison gas at me. I had my camera panned over and I didn't notice him going over here. I'm just going to stun you for a minute. There we go. Line of sight's broken. Alright. Plate armor of swiftness. Plate armor is good enough for me to use a scroll on. That's the best armor in the game. Plate armor of swiftness. It is +0. That is good enough. I might as well finish the floor before going really back up, though. These guys are everywhere here. Alright. Get that to point blank up. Go over here. This is a, what do you call it? Shadow meld room. I call it that just because shadow melded is the status effect. This is basically a good room to rest in. Because you're like hidden from enemies. Even if they walk in here, like everyone's line of sight is very low. And enemies don't spawn inside these special rooms as far as I know. This is something I like to see. You step in this, you get a bland fruit. You cook a bland fruit with a seed, and then you have the effect of the seed. So I can cook a bland fruit with 1 seed of starflower, and then I get an edible food that is a level up as well. So, but I don't want to cook it yet, because bland fruit that haven't been cooked with each other stack. Once you cook them, they only stack, with their own type. So I'm going to leave it uncooked because I won't be using it for a while anyways. Speaking of fruit and seeds, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. I guess I am fully upgrading my boots. So I ate a green seed, but as long as I have a green seed for, emergency falls, I'm good. Because I want to keep the brown seed, because the special effect of the brown seed is basically like, immobile natural armor. So I want to keep that seed in case I want to swap out. Oh, currently a Stormvine. I'm going to feed it. Yeah, the Fade Leaf last. I should have paid attention to that. I did not. What are you doing? Why are there so many of y'all? Alright, use this. There we go. I can ID it, which means I can melt it in a pot. Because you can't alchemy, you can't melt these things down with alchemy if you don't know what they are. If you don't have them identified. Hello. Where'd you come from? So this thing is 1 space away from me. If I wait, it will move a space and then attack me because it still has time left in its turn. If I walk towards it, it will attack me. So both of those, either waiting or walking towards it or walking down, will give it the first hit. If I walk up, like up to the left, then there's 2 spaces and it will use its entire turn on movement and I will get the first hit on it. Open the door. Okay. This is an even scarier statue, because this statue, Unstable Flail, flails do a lot of damage, and Unstable is a random enchantments, which could really hurt me if I get bad RNG, and Scale Armor of Swiftness. I ain't messing with that, no. I mean, so here's the thing. If this room was lower, like let's say the room was right here, and thus the entrance was right there, and thus I had a long hallway to keep shooting it in, shooting it and knocking it back along a straight line, I would fight it. Here, it's much jankier whether I will get straight lines, especially without hitting these traps here, which could like stun me or corrode me or something. And I could use them against this guy, but I don't think I need to, because the odds of its armor drop being useful, like being like +2 scale armor, is very low. And I kind of want to fight it just to show that it's going to be a hassle. Do I have a seed I could use? DOT? No. Don't really have that much else. I mean, like, Liquid Flame would damage it, but then it would just put itself out in the water. Let me see. Yeah, see, I'm not even maintaining line of sight to it. Yeah, even with my extended line of sight, I don't have the right angle to be able to shoot it here. I guess I'd just be like this. Yeah, this should be fine. I have enough charges to take it out like this. All right, what did you have? You had an unstable flail, and your scale armor swiftness wasn't even upgraded. So all this is just junk I'm carrying until I get more gold. Technically, I don't have identify, but if I identified that, I could merge them for 1, then upgrade them for 1, and have an extra 500 reputation, because merging is cheaper than upgrading. But honestly, at this point, I need to stop trying to min-max the armor gain and just go do the quest and get the armor gain. Also, screw this guy. Bye-bye. There he is. Okay, let's see what it is. Dark gold ore, mine through the walls with some effort, but is it Geomancer or Crystals? I like Geomancer, Crystals is annoying. Geomancer Shaman. Okay, this is the one I consider more fun and also has better quality of life options. So you can only go down once. I'm ready. So 2 goals here. One of them is to get 40 gold. You have a pickaxe, so you can mine through walls. Wow, these hitboxes are janky. Or click boxes, I guess. And the other is to kill the Geomancer Shaman boss, which doesn't do anything unless you, like, go over and attack it. So, like, when I find it, it'll be fine. What I want to do is break through anywhere these stones are, because these hint to me that there's areas. The NPC said, look for recently disturbed rock. I'm gonna wait for this thing to approach me, because I saw something give me an exclamation mark. Did it lose me? Oh, okay. So you may notice that that enemy has like little sparkles on it, little particle effect. That means that it currently has a buff from that guy. Yep, nearby null sappers holding a device granting the guard earth and armor. So you want to kill these guys first, because the earth and armor is actually really defensive. All right. These, I should have talked about those guys' magic, my bad. So these guys, fairly open space to attack at a distance and will do notably less damage when you get up close. So these guys can attack you from range, so you, even if you yourself have a ranged weapon, if you're using a spear or a whip, or you have something with, you know, a projection enchant on it, don't fight them like this. Step up to them because they do less damage when they're right next to you. You do get a special, like, message in chat that when they hit you with their ranged attack, that just kind of reminds you, hey, back off, dude. But still, you know, don't want to learn from pain. All right, so these guys are, well, this guy's defended. Yep, there we go. The gnoll lands a vicious blow with the tip of its spear. I want to kill this thing. Okay, there we go. Now what I want to do is these guys are both spaced apart. They can both hit me. They're not going to move as long as I stay here. I'm going to move down here. I missed. I'm going to move down here. That guy's going to move. Then I move back up. There we go. Now they both do normal damage, and I can just take them out. Alright, there's the boss. As long as you don't mine through the rocks and start hitting it, it's fine. So there's at least one hidden room in here that has a chest that has more gold in it. Dark gold ore. Oof. I'm going to back away and he's going to be able to hit... No, whatever. Because here's the thing. What I should do just to deal with him alone is move into one of these squares, so I'm right next to him. But then if that guy wakes up, I'll be in the same situation as before. So I want to back up. He's going to get one more hit, but then he's going to do that. And then I'm going to step back in, and now this guy can't see me, so he's not going to wake up. In fact, what I'm going to do is shoot this wand over there to wake him up, wait a turn, and then shoot over here and just see if I hit him. Yep. Now I can just do this from a distance. There we go, he's dead. Need to eat again. Mining through rocks burns through your hunger, by the way. Alright. So you may notice this, the game is warning me that there is an enemy there because there is an enemy there, and so it does the annoyances of having an enemy there, like you don't auto pick up an item when there's an enemy in sight, which is great, except that he can't hurt you in that state, but it stops you anyways. There's some food. Yeah, the hitboxes on these walls are a little weird. Work my way around to hit this guy. Alright, so that line of red let me know that he's going to attack there. I'm low on health, my best bet is to walk over here. There we go. And drink a health potion. Wow. Oh, right, duh. This guy's still protected. I'm gonna step over here. There we go, he killed himself. Well, either he killed himself with magic or the fire got him, I don't know. Wasn't paying attention to the symbols. The damage symbol types are kind of a relatively new thing to this game, so I am not yet trained to pay attention to them. So, I haven't gotten 40 ore yet, because I haven't gotten the green message. So there's gotta be some areas I haven't explored. It's probably a room, it might be just up there, because I see these rocks here I haven't dug around with. Hello. I'm just going to use my blast wave charges because I'm not going to be using them on the boss. Oh, well, this just... Nice. Okay, I got 40 without finding the hidden room. And the hidden room is just like a small little tiny alcove. Alright, so now I'm going to hit this guy. So I mentioned before I came down here that I prefer this branch of the quest as opposed to the crystal branch, primarily because of it's more fun dealing with the enemies in this branch opposed to the other branch that the game could have rolled, but also quality of life. So when you're attacking the crystal, you have to attack the crystal. When you're attacking this guy, you can just tap the icon. So you may notice that the damage type I do and the amount of damage I do is going to be weird. Watch this. See, it's pickaxe damage and I only did 13. It warns me, hey, make sure you're ready. Yeah. So this guy, you can't see it because he's asleep, but he actually has like a layer of protective rock armor that you have to mine away. There we go. You can see it in his health bar there. So he's got 150 plus 21 out of 150, and you can see it on his bar right there. So every time he like goes through a phase where he like warps away and you have to catch up to him, then you have to mine away the armor and then you can hurt him normally. So I'm just going to walk towards him and the game is going to stop me after a few steps because there's a warning that an attack is going to happen. So theoretically the game tries to make it so there's always a space where you can move to avoid the attack. In my experience, it's not always. There we go. So I step over there, then I resume walking towards him. There's another attack line. I get out of the line, walk towards him, dodge the attack, walk towards him, dodge the attack. Unlike the little geomancers there who could, be stunned or take damage from their own attacks, he's immune to his own attacks, by the way. So trying to bait it or whatever isn't going to do anything. Whoops. That was a misclick. I meant to go down diagonally. Start moving, dodge, start moving, dodge. He can pin you in, by the way, so sometimes you may need to mine stuff out just to get to him. That's normal. And I misclicked again. Make sure I'm in the right thing. There we go. All right. I'm very careful with my clicks now. I usually don't want to try to mine too much to get to him because the mining does take turns, so the more you mine, the more chances you're giving him to do his special attacks anyways, okay, so here we have an example where it looks like this space above him is safe. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Now he's dead. I've collected 40 ore. I'm just going to ignore that guy. These guys here don't give experience, I believe, or maybe, I don't know, they're just, by the time I reach here, I'm too high of a level to gain experience from them, but whatever, it's not worth farming these guys. So now I've completed both objectives. I've killed the boss, and I've collected at least 40 ore. Any bonus ore doesn't count. I've tried. So I go back up, and there we go. 3,000 favor, which is the most. I'm going to upgrade the plate armor. Upgrade the plate armor, and there we go. Out of favor, he could give you a pickaxe. I don't want it. So now, start putting upgrade scrolls into this. 10% chance to destroy its glyph, that's fine. Alright, so I don't have 16 strength yet. Whoops. Can't use this yet. Well, whatever. At least I got this done. Eat some food. Does 13 have a... No, it doesn't. Okay, so floor 13 doesn't have an alch pot, so floor 14 does. Because there's always a guaranteed alchemy pot there's always one guaranteed alchemy pot on the floors. There are bonus hidden rooms that have an alchemy pot in them as well. If we find one, I'll point it out and how you can tell the difference. Or I don't know, next time I'm in an alchemy room, I'll point out the difference if I notice, if I remember. Those webs, you may notice, are still there because, yeah, typical video game-ishness time is basically frozen while you're not on the floor. In order to break the webs, I throw something into it, and that breaks the webs, then I go pick it up. And no, the bow's shots don't count. They don't break webs. Probably be a little OP if they did. Alright. Yet another floor that hides many secrets. Oh, well, I know that's a mimic. I didn't quite mean to move. Those guys can drop armor, doesn't matter. I'm going to try to knock it into a pit. Ha! Hit a trap. Step back over here, start shooting this guy. Really? I'm just going to walk up and get caught just so I can knock him into the pit. Screw that guy. So when you step into one of these spider webs, you're trapped for 5 turns. 4 turns left. 1, 2, 3, 4. These traps themselves, like spider webs, they last more than 4 turns. It's annoying. This guy goes into a pit. No wand to drop. Hit that. One thing to note, when there are temporary things like spider webs, the pathing of the game does not try to avoid them. So sometimes you'll have to adjust where you click to do that. Is this the alchemy pot? Yes. Okay. This is quick enough that I remembered. So you may... Whoops. Sorry if the screen went weird for a sec, accidentally maximized. So you may notice that this alchemy pot itself is in the corner. In the guaranteed rooms, they're always behind a lock. There's one in each, set of 5 floors, and their alchemy pot is in the corner. If you find a bonus one, the alchemy pot will not be in the corner. It will be somewhere in the middle of the room. That's how you can tell the difference. Let's see. Wait, I wasn't paying attention to that. Oh, that gave me the potion of strength. Sometimes one of the guaranteed potions of strength is in the alchemy room, so that's another reason it's good to find the alchemy room. There we go. Now I go from 2 to 8 damage blocked to 5 to 35 damage blocked. It's not quite enough. I want at least 2 more upgrades in this. Then I'll basically have the minimum I need to beat the game. So what am I doing here? I still want more identify scrolls because I still want to know what these scrolls are. Yeah, I don't have any of the question mark stones. So I guess I'm going to melt the Wand of Magic Missile. That makes +2. So I can turn one of my wands into a +2. There we go. Let's see. Now I'm going to upgrade and combine this food. I'm going to sacrifice a fire potion. Because you'll never be required to use, the potion of liquid flame. There's not multiple types of rooms that have the potion of liquid flame as their puzzle solution, basically. So if you have more than one potion of liquid flame, you're not going to need another on the same floor. There are some minor exceptions. For example, the Wand Maker's quest could involve a barricaded door to, blow up or burn through. It's there are some minor exceptions, but, I'm already past that, so that can't be there. I will not be required to use more than one potion of liquid flame, so right now this is expendable. If I need one later as a potion for a puzzle answer, the game would generate one on that floor. So this is what I use to make decisions which potions are currently expendable or not. Let's see. So, merge some more food. So I'll just sacrifice the mirror image scroll. There we go. Okay. I still don't know what this ring is, and it's becoming less and less relevant over time. But if I do find a well of awareness, I will throw the ring into the well so that we can all see what it is. I mean, if I die, I can look and it'll be identified anyways. Step back, step back. So arrows can't travel through the webs, but the enemy can. Attack, attack, attack. So these guys are big. Yes, unable to fit into narrow tunnels and other doorways. So these guys won't be able to fit in here. I don't know exactly how to explain it, but basically they can fit into a corner, but they could cross through this gap, I believe, but they won't go into this hallway. So if I were to attack it and wake it up, I could start shooting it with arrows, but it would just start throwing poison gas. So I'm going to actually come attack it from the open side, basically. Maybe it can't fit now. There we go. It just decided to do that just for shits and giggles. Of course, they are immune to their own poison gas. Oh, wow. There we go. That's where that is. Hello. How do I handle this? If this corner was filled in, I would just walk here, but with this corner was filled in and this was a right angle, I would just walk down here and slide along the wall to get him. But with this edge, he's going to be able to take one step and then see me if I'm over here. I don't want him to zap me. I could just duck around the corner, but chances are he's going to pass through anyways, but whatever. I'll just keep him out of the way. There we go. Wait enough turns, he should be gone. All right. I'll deal with it. Hello? Hello? Excuse me? Whatever. I'll walk down. I was in a better position, but like, wow, what are the odds? He just happened to be back in that same spot again. Or I don't know, maybe there's more than one of them. Speaking of more than one of them, okay. He woke up. He's going to attack me, but not if he's paralyzed. Wow. Got unparalyzed a bit too fast for my tastes. Alright, another upgrade scroll. Gonna use it on this. 20% chance to destroy the glyph. Honestly, the glyph of speed, I'm not relying on it, so it didn't really matter if it happens. But it didn't, because the game is, I guess, deciding to be very nice to me for this example playthrough I'm doing. So, if I were to try to walk out of this, I would get frozen. In the previous one, where I was inside this large area trap on an earlier floor, I was not in the middle of it, so I could take one step and then one step out. Here, it takes 2 steps to get out, I would get frozen. However, these traps don't go through walls, so I'm going to take one step here, and then just, I guess, fight whatever's in here, rather than be frozen. What? What was that about? What the hell was that? What? Why'd you do that? You could literally just come up and hit me. I would rather deal with toxic exhaust because I can still take action. If I'm frozen, I can't take action. I could get frozen there and something could just walk in and start, ranging me. There we go. At least the benefit to these guys' toxic gas is it's not like a huge spread or anything. All right, so I'm going to open this one and I'm going to get 2 wraiths. And then I'm going to open this one and I'm going to get 0 wraiths because that space is blocked off, that space is blocked off, and those spaces are blocked off by wraiths. So free grave. The wraiths are free. You can just go to the graveyard and take them. Alright. Not a mimic, not a mimic, is a mimic. So duck, duck, goose, it's gold, gold, mimic. Just to be safe. Alright. Mimics have 2 drops, by the way, but that one dropped 500 gold, so both of its drops were gold, and they just merged into one pile. I'm gonna eat the meat pie. Pick up these seeds. Alright, was there anything else I wanted to do with the gear or anything before I went down to the next boss? Not that I remember at the moment. Hate those things. Okay, boss time. And there's some meat from a spider that dropped earlier, and there's some plate armor, I guess, from something that dropped earlier. Alright. If I'd had that earlier, I could have merged and saved a thing. Whatever, it doesn't matter. I don't need to think about how I could have min-maxed past actions. Alright, so this guy is a tank like the others. It will just randomly use toxic gas. You want to avoid it getting on those because it gets it gets shielding if it gets on those. I have enough damage that I can just hit him a few times to make him go into his next phase. Really? It picks a random one. You know which pylon is active based on where the sparkles are going, but it's like, you're supposed to give me time to run away from him, not like this, where... I mean, I guess I do have enough time, mainly because of swiftness on my armor, still. Anyways, so with range attacks, I can attack this without having to dance around the cycling zaps. Hit him. Step up to avoid the attack. Part of your score at the end of the game is based on how many quote-unquote unavoidable attacks you took against bosses in particular. But look at this crap. Over here, I get hurt. Over here I get hurt. Over here I get hurt. Over here I get hurt. This is not an unavoidable attack. So the best thing I can do in this situation is... Do these Greaves still have Fade Leaf? Can I Fade Leaf here? I don't remember if bosses prevent teleporting. Yeah, it doesn't particularly say that. I know if I tried to use a scroll of teleport, it would tell me whether I can teleport or not. I know you can't leave the floor, like you can't use anything that would teleport you up a floor or something, but I don't know about teleporting in a floor. So basically the two things I'm thinking of are, could use the Wand of Blast Wave to knock him back, and even though I will be stunned for a few turns, it will take the boss a few turns to get back to me. Or I could use the Greaves of Nature to just warp to a random space on this floor, which is most likely not in this area or that area. I'm going to try the Greaves of Nature just because I'm curious if this works. Yep, okay, so it does work during boss fights. You can do like local teleports. No. I'm going to use the +2, just because it'll knock him back a bit more. Step down to avoid it, step back up to keep him going straight so that he doesn't, you know, end up walking into that thing or whatever. Alright, one more hit. So, it wants me to go up the... Oh, man, the floor is electrified. Never mind, I guess I do have to follow this path. What I like to do is walk through here, because you can see he tunnels through here, and it slows him down if he's tunneling. So, whatever. Guess I'm just walking straight through here. Yeah, he would have hit me a few times towards either pylon if I didn't have swiftness on. Whatever. Thankfully, the game's deciding to be pretty nice in its RNG this time. Neat, triple badge. Alright, finish up point blank. So, the third benefit in Tier 3, the third skill in Tier 3, I'm undecided on. These two don't really do anything when you're not using thrown weapons, like they don't help the bow itself. This is a special ability with the bow, but it's honestly not really useful because it sees... fires an arrow at the ground, grants evasion in a 3x3 area, but at all three upgrades it's only a 3x3 area, which isn't that neat, and like maxes out at 15 turns, but then still has a 20 turn cooldown. It's not that useful. Like the area would need to be larger or something like that. So what I sometimes do is use a scroll of transmutation. I don't know if I found transmutation here. Do I have to... Yeah, Scroll of Metamorphosis. So Scroll of Transmutation can become Metamorphosis, which actually allows you to swap out one of your talents. And I would swap this out for something else from a different class that I get a benefit from. But, you know, that's for later. All right, so going down here, there's no point in managing inventory because as long as you've bought the previous bags, there's only one bag for you to get, which is the last one you have. Clicked OK on the lore. There we go. The shop is always on like a special floor, and the special floor in this map is very easy to recognize. All right. 100% chance, 5 charges, yes. All right. Sell this stuff. Anything else I want to sell? Yes. Cursed metal shards. Again, like these boss drops can be used in alchemy, but I'm getting along perfectly fine without bothering with those. Just because I'm very lucky. Okay, identify, absolutely. Magic mapping, absolutely. I have to. Only 2 magic mapping, wow. Remove curse. I've got 2. I don't know, I've got the money. The potion of healing, get the extra food, the other potion of healing. Alright. So Wilo. Honestly, I might as well just get the mystery scroll. Can't quite get an arcane stylus. Can I sell something off to get the arcane stylus? Nah, I'll get it a bit later. Just making sure I didn't get an upgrade scroll and forget about it. Alright. But yeah, so now the next few points I get, I'm not going to be spending because I want to swap out that talent, but I don't know. Hold on, how many scrolls do I not have? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 scrolls I don't have identified, and 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Of those, Metamorphosis is like the rarest, so there's a chance that, you know, that's not in my inventory, but whatever. Oh, that was close. I completely forgot I had Burning. I tuned out. So, it was standing on grass. It inflicted it with Burning, but it died to the attack that inflicted it with Burning, so it didn't spread it to its surroundings. Little quirk there. If I got a different Scroll of Enchantment, I would totally put it on the sword. One option, by the way, is you can use a Scroll of Enchantment on the bow, and thus be able to, you know, apply whatever status effect it gives you onto the bow. I want to throw a Liquid Flame Potion up here in order to see what loot is in here. Just food and gold. I mean, for real life, that'd be pretty decent loot, but not right now. Not in this game. Not here. Not in town. Equipment. Like, lower tier equipment. That's why I laughed, mainly. This is all like 14, yeah. Healing. No, this isn't a healing potion. It's Bister. That guy attacks with magic, deals not crazy damage, but, you know, enough damage you don't want to be hit repeatedly. This wall stops here. I'm going to search just in case the door happens to be here. The door might be here. The door might be here, or this might not even be the entrance. The door might be up there. He's heading towards whatever. Yeah, wasn't even there. All right, whatever. What floor? It was on 14. Yeah, I think I'm going to actually go down a floor. I picked up Stone of Intuition, so I guess. What potions? 1, 2, 3 potions. Non-identified. I have 2 potions on me. It's not... I don't feel like wasting intuition. There we go. Can get this guy. While that's burning, I'll go over here. By the way, these guys that revive if they're not both dead, they are not explicit. When one of these guys spawns, the other one like splits off. So that's how the game always spawns them in pairs. And their AI is set up so that when one of them notices you, the other one will follow it around. Other than that, they are not explicitly linked in pairs. So like their revival mechanic seems like they're paired up. So if this guy doesn't die in time, the other one will revive. But it's actually proximity based. If any dwarven ghoul is within a few tiles of any other dwarven ghoul, they get their revival benefits. So I could kill one of them and then just lead the other one far enough away. Like I do that, lead him away, and that one won't revive anymore. And thus, since he has no pair, he instantly dies too. He has nothing to pair to. Oh. That one... So he instantly died because he was far away. That one revived because while I wasn't able to see, around the corner more ghouls came, so... There we go. Now they're all dead. Alright. You have your fun walking towards me. Boop. Setting everything on fire here. Alright, and I'm just not going to have this, so there's just going to be the annoying flashing for a bit until I can be reasonably sure that I have a scroll of... Oh, there is a well of... What do I call it? Awareness? Oh, it doesn't even say well. Alchemy just says well, doesn't it? Yeah, okay, so I think this is a bug. The examine just calls it well, even though it has the right description, but the notes call it well of awareness. So two uses for this well are if you drink from it, it lets you, have temporary mind vision on all the items in the level. I think it might do something with hidden doors, I don't remember, but also if you throw an item into it, it identifies it. So let's finally see what this ring I've been carrying around is. Arcana. That is the enchantment. It is no pluses, it's +0, and it's cursed, so good thing I didn't put it on. Well, it wouldn't have even hurt much. Well, it would now that I actually have, enchantments on. There is some sort of meta with these guys, like shooting the further one so that when the closer one gets to you, they're both about equally damaged, so it's easier to take them out, in time. But right now, again, I have plenty of damage. Oh, right. It's flashing because I'm picking up lore fragments I've never picked up on this install. Is this a key? There's the key. Hello. I'm still forgetting to steal from enemies. Or, try to steal from enemies. Alright, sometimes you'll run into this issue where I was targeting that thing, but then I moved up and this guy slipped in between, but my moves are still targeting that thing. So if I try to use this, you must target an enemy that's adjacent to you. If I use the bow, it will still fire at this guy and thus hit this guy and he'll become the target. So like that can fix it. Or you can just, attack manually. Whoops. There we go. Alright, well, we just slowly skitter away from the fire. Alright, sell that, sell that, sell that. There's no point in, transmuting this into anything else, because it's cursed and it's +0, and it's nothing. The only ring I would ever consider, uncursing and using from +0, just... I'm going to do this to knock him into the door, because that counts as a wall to stun him temporarily. Whatever. Just want to take care of that. There we go. The only ring I would consider, if I find it at +0 and it's cursed, because most rings at +0 don't give you any benefit, the only one I would actually start using, even if it's +0 and cursed, would be the ring of, the ring of, whatever it is, the ring that gives you melee damage-ish. Okay, so here, this is some sort of piece of equipment. However, all of these slots are filled, and either this Führer ring or the Master Thief's armband are going to be replaced at this quest, so I don't really want that. So one of these identify, not as, so Wilo identify, yep. So in this case, I'm actually going for these. Now, I want to, well, hold on, I want to actually buy the Stylus and Augmenting Stone. Oh, steal. Buy. Alright. These guys are just coming out of the woodwork. We've got wall weasels. I'll pick up that gold on the way back down, don't worry. But every time I change floors, it's going to inform me that, there's a that I have an unspent skill point. So let's see if either of these scrolls identifies. I'll do mind vision. Or if these scrolls identifies what transmutation is, and if I have it. Wow, thanks for. I mean, at least thanks for the experience potion, but identification, not what I wanted. Wow. Come on. I'm just still sitting here. Well, okay, hold on a minute. It did identify one, two, three. Okay, now it's still 5. It's just, come on. At least all my potions are identified now, I believe. Yeah, all potions are identified. Because it's like, I don't want to read them to identify them, because they're all in stacks of 3, which makes it unlikely that it's Metamorphosis, because that's like the rarest normal scroll. But if I were to read one and it was recharging, that'd be fine. Leaving me with 2 out of 3 rechargings, no problem. I don't really need them. Teleportation, I'd be a little annoyed by, because I use teleportation scrolls for something specific. Rage, I'd be a little annoyed by, but, you know, no biggie. This one I'd be a little annoyed by, but no biggie. But if it's either of those, it'd be annoying. But I want to identify those and then convert them, not identify them by randomly reading them. All right, let me go back down, get the Zamans. I have to check to make sure that the yellow goes away, to make sure that you guys see flashing yellow yet again, so that you're just as annoyed as I am. God, I ended up with a lot of money suddenly. Got a bunch of lucky drops from the, from the Dwarven Ghouls. The enemies earlier in the game, the skeletons and slimes that can drop weapons, they didn't drop like crap for me this game, whereas sometimes like I'll get like 5 drops from them in like, you know, sewers and prison, and I'll just be like juggling a full inventory because of that. I don't know. These elemental things, by the way, take a lot of bonus damage. The fire and ice ones take damage from the opposite element. I don't believe the electrical one takes bonus damage from anything, unless it takes bonus damage from the falling rock trap or something. All I know is it doesn't take damage from wands. So I have a fire enchant, so if I hit and it triggers, it'll one-shot it. Yep, there we go. You can see there was the physical damage instance and the fire damage instance. Alright, so these guys are annoying to deal with, but they are a quest enemy, kind of. So I want to drink a potion of mind vision to see if the quest NPC is on this floor, because when you first view, when you like come into sight of the quest NPC, they put a message in your chat box, and mind vision puts everything in sight. Yep, there we go. Sniper, so now I know it is on this floor, so I want to break line of sight with this NPC, or with this enemy. There we go. It's still showing up because I have mind vision right now, by the way, but line of sight is broken. So I want to see where, there it is. So we're looking for that translucent little imp. There we go, ambitious MP's translucent normally. So unlike the ghost, which spawns a mini-boss when you talk to him, this guy doesn't spawn the things. He chooses one of the enemy types down here, either golems or, what are these guys even called? Monks, in order to be your target. And when you kill them, they drop items, but in typical video game fashion, they don't drop the item until you're told that you need it. So that's why I do this. I use the mind vision to see if he's on here, because he's generally, I don't think he can show up on floor 16, but he's on 17 or 18 or 19. Let's see. So I do that just so I know where he is, so I can talk to him early, just to make sure that more of my kills are counting towards his quest. You know what? I'm just gonna shoot right here, kill that, and then just shoot at this thing. One, two. Okay, so there's shortcut keys for these. I'm pretty sure there are shortcut keys, but I'm still just clicking just to make it clear where I am. And, you know, if you're following along on mobile, you can tap. If you're following along on anything at all, I question your RNG, really. But if you're learning to play from this, you know, you'll learn the tappy bits, but you'll have to learn the shortcut keys yourself. Okay, so monks, 5 of them. So there's a little bit of a weight to the Ambitious Imp's request. Like, if you find him on floor 19, he will request a golems instead of monks. There's actually some scaling. So, like, floor 16 isn't going to have any golems. Floor 17 may have golems, 18 has golems, and 19 will have more golems. So the lower he is, he kind of accounts for that. So the earlier you find him, more likely he wants monks. Later you find him, more likely he wants golems. I'm not going to bother to eat just yet. Come on. There we go. I think I'm going to shoot it. It's going to knock it back because the statue blocks line of sight, and I should be able to... I guess I'll have to shoot there. Statue blocks line of sight. There we go. At least its attack didn't debuff me. And this guy... I'm encountering him from closer than if I was down there, but it didn't matter. A single one of these isn't that much of a threat with what I have here. Oh, there's a hidden room here. As you can see, these types of rooms, if you know, encased in walls, except for the entrances and exits. So that's something. Oh, neat. It's a plant room thing. These are neat because these things drop a lot of dew when you step on them. These things drop a lot of seeds. So there's probably going to be a chain reaction because a seed landing on one can do another. So let's see if this drops a seed onto this, which drops a seed onto that. Nope. Okay. Nope. Wow. 0 out of 2 for the chain reaction. I mean, it wouldn't have given me more loot. It's just amusing. And this is a single-player video game. If you're not having fun, you're doing it wrong. You're not playing a game for you. Or maybe, I don't know, you're a challenge run YouTuber looking for them views. See, this guy keeps forgetting about me, because I don't want to attack him in there, because I'd set things on fire and I'd lose the dewdrops and that plant. There's a dwarf token again. Alright, so I guess I'll go over there next. I have 1 key. Alright. So I think in this case, I want to do the dwarf's quest because... Where's it? What room is he in? I don't even remember. I want to do the quest for the dwarf because it gives you a ring that is like +2 or +3. I think it can actually rarely be +4, but don't count on that. Just assume it's +2 or +3, and that's going to replace one of these. I don't want another ring, and I don't want another I can't even use another artifact without replacing this. So I'm going to hope for a wand option. Nope, artifact or a ring. I guess I'll take a ring just as a backup ring. I was going to hope for a wand for either a 3rd wand to attack with, or at least something I could melt and use. Because like a wand that you're not going to use, you can melt down into arcane resin to power up another wand, but a ring you're not going to use, it's just shop sale. that and go over here. I'm not going to walk forwards because electricity does more damage if you're in water. So I'm going to let him come over to me because I'm currently standing inside a nice dry door. Alright, that is a cursed trap. What I'm going to do is just throw something that can't be cursed, like a ration of food. I certainly do throw food a lot, don't I? I'm going to let him take a step, then I'm going to step over here, just so I'm hitting him with my fire weapon when he's in water, so that I can, preserve this in case it gives me something good. Scroll of upgrade. Upgrade to this. Erase the whatever. Dried rose, one of my least favorite accessories. This accessory summons the sad ghost from earlier as like a combat helper, and you can actually equip them with things, but you can only equip them with identified equipment. And I have enough trouble in this game just making sure I have, equipment that I can give to the blacksmith and use myself and all that jazz. I don't have, the ID scrolls and all that to spare on a helper, Where's that key? Oh, there's the key door. It is possible to beat the dwarf's quest on the floor. Not the dwarf, the imp's quest. I was thinking dwarf because I'm killing dwarves for it. It is possible to beat the imp's quest on the floor that he gives it on. Like, I could just stay here and keep fighting monks, but I might as well just go somewhere else. Alright, let me show you this. I'm going to step down here. So this trap is a very strong trap. Disintegration does a lot of damage. Between the two of us, he is closer to the trap than I am. So I'm just going to blow the trap up, and it's just going to get blapped out of existence. Hello. I'm just going to shoot it over there. I'm going to shoot it again. I'm going to shoot it again, just because I really don't want to set fire and lose all those dewdrops. Because I could pick them up when coming back through that room. Oh, there's a stone of intuition. Alright. Next alchemy pot, which is going to be on the next floor or the next, I'm going to use a scroll of identify, hopefully get some of these, and then use the 2 stones of intuition to finish off what I haven't ID'd. I am at 3 out of the 5 tokens I need to complete the quest, so I'm off to the next floor. I shouldn't have just kept walking. Their cold attack slows you more and can freeze you if you're in water, so I'm just gonna use some charges to do that. There we go. Is that strength? Yeah. It's different each run. Alright. Let's see. By the way, one of my other favorite wands is the Wand of Prismatic Light, the one that just does a light beam, because its effect is that it blinds enemies, but it also reveals anything along its line. So if you have a Wand of Prismatic Light, you could stand at this corner and just shoot to the right, and it'll reveal any door on this wall. So you could just stand here, shoot up, and shoot right, and then you fully revealed the walls using only 2 turns. But, I use the tools that I found in the run, because I got a choice other than those. Yeah, I can just deal with these guys for now, because I see the mage there, but it's not going to be able to hit me well from there. Another scroll of upgrade. As much as I want to apply the scroll to the sword for the chance of erasing the flame from it, the ring I get might be able to use it more. So since I don't know what ring I'm going to get, I'm going to hold on to the scroll for now. That's what the golems can do. If they're far away, they shoot a beam that teleports you to them, which is annoying, because it can put you in a much worse situation, because the beam will put you closer to at least one enemy you were not closer to, and in this case it put me right up against two. I'm going to shoot the wand up here, because one reason I always want to have a damaging wand is wands don't miss. This guy's got a sliver of health. I don't want him to like block it and while this guy's whacking me. So I'm just going to shoot this because I can't get knocked back because this guy's here. So I'm going to guarantee to kill this guy, then just start fighting this guy normally. Alright. Getting this stuff just because I happen to be in the room, but now I'm backtracking. Because assuming that I can count to 11T, I do have the 5 dwarf tokens that I need. That is the downstairs, not the upstairs. Oof, let's not make that mistake more than once. Alright. Where is he? Is it this room? Yeah. Take the ring. Ring of sharpshooting there. Ooh, +3 ring of sharpshooting. Oh, and the other ring I got was sharpshooting. Okay. Remove curse. So the ring of sharpshooting, you know, durability doesn't matter, but as if their level was increased by 4. So you'll notice that the bow has been slowly upgrading through the game. It maxes out at like +6 when you're max level, and this thing is going to give me +4 to my bows. So should I actually spend these charges? I kind of want to spend... Yeah, I'm actually going to equip it over the Ring of Furor for now, because a Ring of Furor is nice, but a Ring of Furor +1 is only 18.92%. It's not that good. And for now, I want to spend these charges just so I can get a few more items before I replace the armband. The Master Thief's armband, becomes a lot less useful once you reach the final floors because there's no more new shops with new items in them, and most shops are gone when you're ascending. It could still be useful for the, you know, cripple and blind, but they don't last long enough. So like this is a prime one for use it and get use out of it, then replace it at the end. Whereas, you know, Greaves' Nature are useful all the time because, you know, I can, even when I'm not getting, you know, dew and seeds from new grass, because once I hit the end of the game and I backtrack, I can still use their special effect. Alright. Speed room. Gonna eat before the speed room. I'll eat these because they'll save inventory space. I have a speed potion, right? Yeah, I do. Oh, glaive. I had one run. So glaive, 18 weapon, base 5 to 40 melee damage, crazy, but these really high tier weapons, greatsword and glaive, you usually don't get to use them that often unless you're like cycling through weapons as the game goes on, just because their strength requirement is so high. Wow, that could have been dangerous, but what found me when I took damage was things that couldn't repeatedly help me from ranged. Elementals do have a cooldown on their elemental attack, by the way. So I'm looking for a scroll. I just want to peek at this scroll. So this is Tiwa's. So there's a decent chance that Tiwa's is what Metamorphosis is. Yeah, because I don't have Tiwa's, and Metamorphosis is the rarer. So I'm going to take that. Then healing, mirror image, or liquid flame. I'll take healing. Oh, I only picked up 2 of the 3 keys. That's why. So look at these guys just blocking everything. Back up, let him come to me. Alright, there's that key. I'm gonna hide in here. Attack it. What? There we go. Healing, and was this experience? Oh, it was experience. So since this was experience, there's a chance that this thing, the T is not. Whatever. Just gonna check. Are you meta transmutation? Oh, it was correct. Okay, so this is a rare case where both of them, because one of them is guaranteed to be special, like you're either going to have a metamorphosis or an experience, but both of them rolled it. One of them's guaranteed to roll it. It's rare to find both. Alright. So I've got one metamorphosis. So I don't feel like re-rolling any of my equipment. Like, this is all decent, and I'd rather have the Ring of Fury than the Master Thief's armband, which I'm still forgetting to use. I'm so bad about using that. I'm gonna back away to do this. I'll just attack it. It's fine if I lose a do. See, look, I got it back. Get another one. Ooh, a piece of candy. Ooh, a piece of candy. Alright, what does this next floor have? Have not found a well in 5 floors, so the well is on this floor. And a guaranteed well is going to require a key. Why was that guy... Okay, I was about to say, why was that guy standing on charred stuff? Is this actually a trap room? Then it turns out it is. It's just the weak trap room. Oh, succubus. So, this is a creature from the next set of floors. You can sometimes find enemies from the next set of floors. I guess the lore is that, you know, she just wandered up here. I think she's on grass, whatever. Oh, didn't put it on fire anyways. And they can drop scrolls, like that's their drop item. They don't have a specific scroll that they drop, I believe. They can just drop, like, most scrolls. There we go. Frost, throw it all the way here, so I'm not affected by it. Potion of Mind Vision. I usually want to have at least one Potion of Mind Vision for the boss, just for, like, if/when I get a hand phase that... Hold on, I'm figuring out how to... There we go. Trying to see if I could get 2 for 1 special. But yeah, you see I had 21 damage with the bow, like, it's pretty decent. See me. Well, you know what? I'm going to shoot this down there so that you get knocked upwards, so then I'm shooting you here, I assume. So we didn't mess it up. Yeah, there we go. Sometimes you have to play invisible chess. So what happened is a frost trap activated, frost makes potions explode, that potion happened to be fire, and the 3x3 of the fire canceled out part of this cold. So let me just, there we go. Use specific spacing to prevent myself from freezing or catching fire, because the frost potion would have, like, frozen me if I went in the water. Let's see... I see the special floor over there. This is probably Yep, alchemy room. Guaranteed 1, because the pot's in the corner. Oh my god, please. Thank you. Okay. Scroll. So, turning into metamorphosis only needs 6 energy. I have all sorts of seeds now. I will do that. And what are my options on this character? Metamorphosize this. Alright, so Strongman simply increases my strength. Globally beneficial, but staff gain... So I have enough points to get +2, so I would gain 2 levels on the final zap when down to the last charge, but that would just knock things back further. Well, I'd do a little more damage, but I don't care. Light Cloak is for the rogues, Cloak of Shadows. This style is gained by a different hero. It will instead increase the charging speed of all artifacts by 7, 13, 20%. Honestly, passive 13% artifact charge speed is just meh. I mean, it's still a nice passive like strength. You have a different hero, increase melee accuracy. Yes, this is the one I want. Melee accuracy can be a bit of a problem later. Like, I will straight up just wear a ring of accuracy if I find one a lot of the time, because wasting turns missing repeatedly while enemies are spawning out of sight and wandering their way to you is no bueno. Yeah, okay, 20% more melee accuracy. I much prefer that to Seer Shot. So, is it here? Is there a hallway here? No. So these guys are also big, and they cannot fit through doorways. However, they will, if they find themselves, like, stuck, they're wandering, they can't get somewhere, they'll just randomly teleport. So how do I... Is it, like, over here or something? Does this place... Yeah, there we go. I was about to say, does this place not have a door, and, like, it loops further back or something? But no, it was here. I don't like this situation I'm in. I'm actually going to use the Greaves of Nature and see if they can reach this guy to teleport him away. Yeah. There you go, screw you. Woke up the Mimic, that's fine, because now I'm at least in a more controlled area. I'm killing that guy first, because this guy is no threat in either of these spaces, and I want to back off, and I don't want to be standing in water while I'm being zapped. There we go. Now, between these two, the Mimic is the bigger danger offensively, but I also, in case it drops a scroll, I don't want it to catch fire, so I'm gonna shoot it away, then kill this guy, then just ranged, because, again, my ranged attacks are greatly powered up. Shoot it away, ranged attack. Another thing's coming up. Just everything's going at me in the corner. Let's see. Another scroll of upgrade. Right, so I've got 2 upgrade scrolls. I think what I plan to do is... I'm going to wait until I finish this floor, because this is the last floor before... I'm just going to set this guy on fire, because screw him. This guy too. You know what? Let's do this. That backfired, but whatever. Ha! He couldn't figure out how to get to me. I'll take 1 turn of getting zapped. I got debuffed, whatever. Just to get this guy out of the way so I don't encounter him in a less controlled situation later. Alright. Oh my god, all these traps. Okay. What I want to do is use up these charges, which I totally forgot to do on those enemies, and then swap over to the Ring of Furor, and then put the Scrolls of Upgrade into the Ring of Furor so I get a lot better DPS, because it affects throwing things and the bow, as well as melee. And yes, the temporary, like you can see these numbers in yellow, +4, it's because of the debuff. Come on. Come on. So what I could do with this guy is knock him down into the fire trap, so he'd have like some fire DOT, but with my luck he would just teleport me into the fire DOT, you know, whatever. So he's going to take a little bonus damage from that, but in order to get diagonal with me... Oh no, he's only going to move up once. There we go. There we go. So the game can't generate traps. Anywhere else there's a decorative title. So all of these scorch marks can never be traps. It's only basically blank floor tiles that can be traps. That's a Mimic, what am I doing? I don't want to kill this guy in the fire, so I'm going to wait a turn for him to step out of the flaming grass, because in case he drops a scroll, I don't want it to burn up. It won't burn up from his corpse, but it will burn up from, like, burning terrain. Oh, yep, there's a scroll. So by waiting, I saved a scroll. Okay, easy kill. Easy game, easy life. Well, the obvious move here is to step over here, and this guy's just going to walk straight into it and not even care. The only thing that they can drop is a food ration, which isn't affected by fire or anything. Grass. Alright. Finally go see what's in this. Oh my god. There's so many things. But I want to loot everything so that... I shouldn't have fired that soon. I want to loot everything to make sure that I have, you know, all these options available. Ah, gravestone. Misclicks everywhere. So I guess let me show you. If I do it here and I get surrounded, I can just shoot upwards and the AoE will hit them all anyways. That's going to get sold. That's going to get used. Okay. So now before I go down, let me see if there's anything else I want to do. If I can click it. Okay. Right. This, because I definitely want to get the scrolls of teleportation identified. There we go. Every regular potion and scroll in one run, finally. Alright. So I'm going to sacrifice... Whoops. I'm going to sacrifice the Scrolls of Rage, because I just don't care about them. So this Scroll of Teleportation, when you read it, you teleport once. However, with Alchemy, you can turn it into Phase Shift, which gives you 6 charges of teleportation. You can use it on yourself or on anything else in line of sight. Not smite targeted, you actually throw the spell, so like they can't be blocked off. However, blah blah, random location to current floor and stun them for a significant amount of time, which I believe is actually 8 turns. So you can use it on yourself so that you get 6 charges of teleport instead of just 1 from this scroll. However, with the downside that you're stunned afterwards, which if the floor is already cleared, it may be good, but I actually use this offensively. This is my please vacate yourself from, you know, the premises move. Because it teleports them away and it stuns them. So some of these scrolls that I don't use as much, I'm going to sacrifice a bit. And some of these potions, toxic gas, just so I have enough energy to do this. Alright, and I'm also going to start combining all these seeds I've been carrying around into other potions. Whoops. Generally, I want to do 3 different seeds, because like, so this seed, I believe, is Mage Royal. These 3 should make a Purity Potion. Yeah, because every seed has an associated potion. So if you use, like, multiple of the same seed, if you use 2 out of 3 of the same seed, it's like a 50-50 chance it'll be that potion. If you use 3 of the same seed, it'll always be that potion. Don't quote me on the 50-50. But if you use 3 random seeds, it's a random potion, which could be something like healing or experience. Oops, don't want to use those. So when I'm doing the random seeds, I pretty much use everything except for the green or the black. Because the green I can, you know, use for emergency healing after falling down a well or something like that. And the black I'm saving for, you know, bonus levels at the very end before I fight the final boss. So sometimes I'll use some greens if the numbers just happen to work out. Like here, if I only had 2 random seeds instead of 3, I'd use 2 and a green, because going from 6 to 5 won't matter, but as well do this. And like, I might as well just use 3 sungrass seeds just to get a free potion, because I'm not going to fall more than 3 times in the final, like, 6 floors. Alright. So all these potions, I still only have 1 experience, but I do have 2 starflower seeds, but only 1 bland fruit. I still only have 2 scrolls of magic mapping. Like I mentioned earlier, the succubi can drop random scrolls, and they can drop magic mapping. I want to have 4 magic mapping to go through the final area of the game, because 1 for each floor. So I will buy 1 from the shop, and I only need to get 1 as a drop. Let's see. I guess I'm going to equip the Ring of Furor over the Master Thieves Armband right now, and just upgrade it. Oh yeah, 41% attack speed. And I'll swap back to the Master Thieves Armband in the shop, use it to steal from the shop, and then sell it to the shopkeeper. Because main characters in video games are pretty morally ambiguous. I'm going to step to the side, because I can back away and block line of sight, but then he's on flammable terrain, touching the flammable terrain I'm on. So I will walk forwards here, and he'll walk forwards, because if he stayed there, you know, he wouldn't be able to mage me with his AI. So then I will hit him a few times. There we go. Let's range attack this. So he's on terrain, I'm on flammable terrain, but it won't spread diagonally. Because, again, video game. Alright, Dwarf King boss. I'm going to step to the side, and I'm just going to start pelting him with ranged attacks. He lifelinks something, so when either him or it are damaged, they like split the damage between them. Doesn't matter for this. I just hit whatever is near me, these melee things. My goal is to just whittle them down, whittle the king down till it goes into the next phase. There we go. So now he's going to spend some time summoning random things. Bones means that he's going to summon the ghouls. I don't care. Green, he's going to summon the monks. I don't care. As long as it's not black sparkles. Black sparkles means he's going to summon one of the mage, and they can debuff you during the battle, which is a pain in the butt, because the only way to undebuff is to read an upgrade scroll, and chances are you're not going to keep spare upgrade scrolls inside the boss room to undo the debuff. Like, I wish there was another way to undo it. So I'm going to slowly move around. Oh, something I forgot to do was use my style eye on the plate armor, because my rings are pretty much set in stone right now. Screw it, I'll do that. The king won't attack, and these things are going near me. Okay, so it takes 2 turns to inscribe with a stylus. I never actually bothered. Plate armor of stone. Okay, I'm going to use an augment scroll to augment the stone for evasion, because I get more, just because due to the math. Stone, you can no longer dodge, but makes dodging impossible, but blocks damage in proportion with evasion. So generally, if I get stone on, the final armor I'm going to use, I use a Stone of Augmentation for it. Stone of Augmentation can also be used on a weapon, so like I have additional attack speed from the Furor ring, so I could actually augment this thing for damage and lower speed, and the ring would offset it, and I would simply have like, much more damage at normal attack speed. So I may do that, depending. Or I might just keep this as is and simply upgrade the Blazing Longsword for more damage while losing the Blazing. But that only benefits the sword, whereas if I keep this as is, augment it, and then upgrade the Ring of Furor, then that Ring of Furor benefits the bow as well. Yeah, so I think I'm going to upgrade the ring. I'm sitting here planning future upgrades in the middle of a boss fight. It's okay, it's turn-based. I can menu as much as I want. Ring of Furor. Upgrading that would benefit both. Maybe I could upgrade the Ring of Furor and then augment the Spirit Bow for more damage. Nah, that'll be fine. I don't really get that many turns with the bow compared to the melee right now, but those scorpions. I'm a man on a mission. Anything I can do to hurt a scorpion more is going to be something I will do. It may seem a little odd to focus on the weaker ghouls instead of the stronger monk, but one of them's down, and I want to see if I can take them both down before... Nope, I can't. There we go. Since he's trapped in a corner, I'm not going to bother. He's in a corner and I'm against the wall, so I'm not going to bother like trying to shoot him away with this. The positioning's weird. And I also want to retain for... Okay, this is the worst. So one of the worst possible spawns for this. So I'm going to... It's going to start there. So I'm going to walk upper left and then left. And then left again. So I'm actually out of its AI range here. So it's a little confused. It's going to wander a bit. I'm going to see where it goes. Because basically I want to use these statues to block. Okay. I can just block line of sight with the statues. Now I move to right. It noticed me. Attack. Stand here. Block line of sight. Wait a turn. Walk back over. Okay. Because getting debuffed inside this boss fight sucks. Alright, now we're in the final phase. I'm just going to pelt it a couple times. One guy's going to spawn down there, so I'm going to step down so that there's no space between us so he doesn't use his magic attack. And their melee is weak, so I'm just going to hit the boss a few times and I win. Alright. Wear the crown, upgraded armor. So, Spectral Blades, Nature's Power, or Spirit Hawk. The thing about the Spirit Hawk is its upgrades sound cool, but they're just all a little janky, and the Spirit Hawk, being its own entity, taking up a tile, trying to do navigation around enemies, means that it kind of time on its movement and debuffs are wasted due to repositioning time, so it's not as strong as it seems. So generally, my choices between Spectral Blades or Nature's Power. Generally, I choose Spectral Blades if I have a strong weapon and an enchant on the weapon that I want to apply to multiple enemies in range, and I choose Nature's Power if I have a strong bow and I want to focus on that. In this case, I have +3 Ring of Sharpshooting. I want to focus on the bow upgrade. So I'm going to go with, well, Spectral Blades is effectively an AoE, can hit multiple enemies. I mean, I've got the Ring of Fury, it benefits both, so it's kind of hard to tell. I'm going to go with Nature's Speed because Nature's Power because it benefits movement speed. So now I'm going to spend points. First thing I want to upgrade, if I chose this, is always Growing Power, because attack and move speed boosts by default are 33 and 100%. The 100% is okay to just double move speed, but the fact that the attack speed boost at base is only 33%, that's kind of weak. Even at max, it only goes to 50%, but 33% attack speed upgrade, like you're getting an extra turn on your 4th turn or something like that. And if the power only lasts 8 turns, oh yes, you're so much faster. You got 2 extra turns in 8 turns. It's weak. So I upgrade Growing Power so that it's actually worth using the skill. All right. So what I'm going to do, put the Master Thief's armband on, got 8 charges, magic mapping, steal for 100% chance, armband grows stronger, thanks, ain't gonna matter, identify. I'm not really going to use identify, I don't know, maybe if I find another ring, but remove curse, how many of those do I have? I've got 2, just in case I walk on a curse trap. I think I'm just going to use the charges on the torches and this small food ration, then swap out and sell the armband and sell the rest of this stuff. Tempted to use that. The Ring of Sharpshooting might be upgraded. I'm going to do it just in case. Most likely it's not, but just in case. Yeah, non-upgraded and cursed. Okay. Because if it was already upgraded, I'd swap out of the Führer even though I put a scroll into it. And, run double rings because they stack, but no. Sell that. Alright. Let's see. 8,500 gold left. I'm going to buy a Stone of Augmentation just in case I augment something and then decide I want to unaugment, because it takes another stone to do that. Identify toxic gas. I'll buy a haste. Don't need liquid flame. Don't need frost. I will buy alchemize. I will buy the Ankh, and since I have, where is it? There we go. 20 out of 20 in the water skin, I will bless the Ankh. There we go. Okay. So in these floors, the first thing I always do, even if I fell from a well, the first thing I always do is use a scroll of magic mapping. Because, oh look, traps everywhere. I mean, that's because I have the trap mechanism, but the traps in here are mean. Like, this is another disintegration trap that you saw blipped an enemy out of existence earlier. Another disintegration trap. Gateway trap. Where's the... There's one type of trap that you only find deeper. Well, you can find it on this floor. You can technically find it starting in the lower dwarven halls, but it's rare. It specifically teleports your weapon away to a nearby room, and that is just evil. That was just like, well, time to, drink a potion of invisibility so I can go get my weapon back, and hopefully I'm not blocked off by sleeping enemies. Alright, so anyways, the first thing we're looking for is this room that has this little symbol in it. You can see it's easy to spot. It doesn't have any special floors or anything else. It's always just got this symbol in it. Because this is where a spawner is, and we want to kill it before it spawns enemies. So this is a room. I'm just going to click into this doorway, because there's nothing to do until I see, oh, no enemies in this room. No enemies in sight here. These Ripper Demons are what it spawns. And yes, if you've played RuneScape, yes, those Ripper Demons. So we want to kill the spawner. Damage over time from fire, plus me attacking it with a strong weapon, it does this. Ripper Demons are fine if you're meleeing them. From a distance, they'll try to jump at you. Their aim isn't that good, but it shows where they're going to land. If they land on you, they cause a strong bleed effect. Wow, look at that, blocked off by traps. Gotta go around. Alright, these guys, they take a turn to charge, so you can hit them again, then duck out of sight. It's best to fight them around some sort of pillar where you can play, Ring Around the Rosie. And they move over, and they die. Okay. That is an electrical trap that makes a large AoE, so I'm just gonna stand way back while I do that. Oh my god, look at this one. Alright, time to open the door with some food. Open sesame buns. Shoot that thing, get those traps out of the way. Alright. Gonna shoot this. It's gonna knock her into the wall, and then I'll just pelt her with arrows. There we go. Because I didn't want to melee her and have everything set on fire. This is going to be a room that has gold and traps. Since I've used magic mapping, I can see where the traps are. One thing to note is that you can see the gold. You can see the trap underneath the gold. So this one has a trap, this one has a trap. These at the very bottom, you don't know. So you can examine that, that's gold. You can examine that, or do you want to examine the gold or the trap? So for the bottom ones, you'd have to use the examine option on the tile. So since that's a trap, I can't get over to that gold otherwise. I think, don't quote me on this, I think this might be a puzzle that generates a levitation potion, because the obvious solution is just drink a levitation potion and walk around, because unfortunately disintegration traps, this isn't the only type of room. You can find this room earlier. It's not the only type of trap, sorry. If you find this room in the earlier floors, then these are rock fall traps instead of disintegration traps. But the thing is, since they're this deep, disintegration traps also disintegrate any items that land on them or happen to be on them when they go off. So, if I were to stand back and remotely set off these traps, this, and this gold pile would get destroyed. So the obvious solution is levitation. I've got 2. There we go. Hello. what's over here? Again, just like curving around. I guess I stopped pointing out, but like curving around until I can get a good shot. So you may have noticed that she teleported there. It doesn't show up as a status, but like I've mentioned, some enemies have cooldowns on their attacks or special moves. The succubi start with their teleport cooldown, and they will try to teleport towards you as quick as they can. However, she teleported and her line of sight hit a wall, and that just happens. Sometimes you can get him to teleport into a wall and then continue moving, and now her teleport's on cooldown, so I can just like do this and shoot her some more. She can't teleport. I don't know exactly what the cooldown is. Even if you did know exactly what the cooldown is, once you start to get like swiftness on your thing, swiftness or flow, so your movement speed isn't turn aligned, or furor or something like that, knowing the exact count doesn't matter for stuff like that. For this, knowing that it is 1 turn, 2 turns does matter. Short duration things, but like 8 turn special move cooldown, good luck keeping track of that. Alright, once again, open a grave, wraiths, open a grave, 3 wraiths. 0 wraiths for the price of 3. Oop, I did not see that. That was my bad. I'm gonna step towards it and it's gonna melee me, but that's not scary. I just want to be in position to curl around this pillar. Oh, okay. Okay, I picked up 2 Cs. One was from the grass, one was from the eye. Alright, this is going to be some scrolls. Upgrade and identify. Alright, so upgrade is going into the Ring of Furor. Oh, yes. Okay, so now I've hit at least 54% bonus attack speed, so I could use a Stone of Augmentation on the Blazing Longsword for more damage, but honestly, I'm fine with the DPS as it is. If you were using a weapon that had, like, if you're using a faster, weaker weapon, you know, I would augment it to be slower and do more damage, but, you know, whatever. I assume it's gamers watching this. You can figure it out. You can try the numbers. Oh, that's a dead-end room. I think this is a warping trap. Yeah, warping trap. So I want to fight this thing right here on my own terms instead of warping it somewhere else. There we go. That is a well for falling down the next floor. I'm not going to because 2 things. I'm braced up against the wall in this corner, so I'm going to knock her away. Oh yeah, look at this, just absolutely decimating with the bow. I want to get those traps out of the way. So I'm going to aim like back here, because if I aim right here, I'm going to hit the wall. So I'm going to aim back here. This should work. There we go. There we go. Want to activate those traps just so the path is clear. Oh, right. And then I want to find what's in this chest. So if I attack her, she's going to teleport. Oh no, she has moved towards me. I've had him teleport like from one space. I don't know if it was like an AI granularity issue or something. Okay, so now, well actually I don't want to fall down to the next floor just yet, because I'm just so close to a shop, I might as well use the shop. Oh, I only have that to sell. Alright, whatever. Let's see. What is this again? Identify? I might as well. Honestly, there's no other use for gold in this situation. Alright, so thing is, falling down this well will put me in the locked room. Normally, this is a situation where I would be, you know, like earlier, oh, we'll just use the seed of sungrass. Well, I don't want to waste time on the floor while the monster spawner is spawning. So here's what I always do. Even though I am damaged and bleeding and crippled, and normally my first task would be to throw the seed down so I can start recovering to counteract the bleeding, I'm going to be drinking a health potion, which will remove the bleeding. The first thing I do is read the magic mapping scroll, because there may be a trap in here. You may throw the seed onto a trap, step on the trap, and just get absolutely wrecked. So I will use a healing potion, which gets rid of the crippled status effect and everything. That guy's there. This. Ooh, Ring of Well. Cursed. Alright, open this. Okay, so now, where is it? Straight down there. Okay. So what's in this room? Succubus. There's probably nothing right there, so I'll just keep fighting this here. I'm caring less about edge corner cases here. Like, I was caring a lot about that in the sewers just because I didn't have options. I didn't have inventory, I didn't have gear. Here, I have numerous options for how to handle situations. But of course, that does lead to, you know, kind of playing a bit riskier. Oh my god. Alright, so I didn't quite break line of sight, and I misclicked. This is just turning out deliciously. You know what? Go away. Right. I do need to go over there. Alright, so I'm going to step upwards because this thing is aiming. They will only change their aim if they can see you. So this thing's aiming upright diagonally. I step up here and it should miss me, assuming that the succubus doesn't teleport into here and thus remove it as a blocker and jank. Okay, yep. Went fine. There we go. Alright, I'm charmed. I can't melee her. I can bow her because I've got... I mean, I can bow her in always anyways, but, you know, I've got point blank. Shouldn't have done that. Alright, so you can see that red thing? That red thing I was shrinking there, that's where the Ripper Demon's going to land, and it says Ripper Demon Prayers Leap. It's not on me, so I can do nothing and stay here, but they get one free move after they jump. Like, they jump and then they get a move. So it would jump and then attack. So I'm going to step away, so it jumps and then moves, and I get the first attack there. Alright. Can I stop being on fire? Thank you. Here we go. Kind of wish there was an item that lets you just take the enchant off of something. Ooh. It aimed properly. So I'm going to back away. It's going to get a hit. Going to back away again. There we go. Just trying to avoid setting myself on fire. Alright, can I finally get over here? Yes. Alright. Gonna shoot there, knock it onto land. Gonna shoot there, knock it onto land. And this one I will have to anger so that moves. There we go. And knock it onto land. You do have invisible hunger. By the way, like, the game doesn't tell you you're hungry until it gets, like, below a certain level. So there are some times when eating a partial food can actually still help. I walked up to make that thing engage me because I saw it was facing to the left, so I'd rather engage it here around no other enemies where I have, like, a nice corridor, wall, line of sight blocking situation where, again, I can control how the fight goes. What's up there? What's there? Kind of a split path right here. I'm gonna wait, and then wait again so I get the first hit. The first hit isn't that important, but, you know, in case it's damaged and I one-shot it. the first hit would mean no hits. Well, dealt 0, whatever. Yeah, I'm just gonna keep going this way. So many seeds left behind. They can only drop scrolls. That is a bonus alchemy room, because you can see the pot is in the middle, not in a corner. And also, I believe in the current version, alchemy rooms only spawn on the last or second to last floor of a set. So like it would spawn on 20. The guaranteed alchemy room is going to be on 23 or 24. So I'm just going to knock her into pit, because even if she drops like a scroll of transmutation, it doesn't matter, I'll use it next floor anyways. I think she dropped something. I mean, I don't have the symbols memorized, you know, I don't know what symbol transmutation is, so not like I would have seen, but I did see that it did appear to be a scroll dropping. Strength. Alright. Convert some seeds. Oops. Chances for health. Health, okay. Let's see. Don't think there's anything else I want to convert right now. Yeah. The other scroll of transmutation I'm holding on to, the other alchemy option for transmutation, because some things have 2, is to turn it into recycle, which is a it's like 8 shots of transmutation, but it only works on consumables. So like right now the plan is when I get near the end of this, I'm going to end of this section, going to turn transmutation into recycle and recycle various potions to try to get more potions of experience. I'm just stepping in here just so it's viewed. Misclicked. Should have just gone diagonally at the first. Oh well. I have 2 turns, so to the right and then up, and it misses. Alright, I could use more dewdrops because I emptied my vial. Oh my god, come on. Whatever. And water skin is full again. Alright, so growing power is done next. I'm going to go with heroic energy just so I can use it more often. Hello? Can I help you? Alright, might as well. Nah, I'm not hungry enough to eat. Down to the next floor. Okay. Floor 23. Scroll of Magic Mapping. So I no longer have any scrolls of magic mapping. I hope that I get one here for the second to last floor. You know, it's not going to be a game ender if I don't. Unfortunately, this thing's all the way on the other side of that. Oh well. That's in the normal alchemy pot. Hello. I could see that it was still animating, so it wasn't ready to jump. It's no longer animating, it's ready to jump. So this floor must be very dark, because even with my plus 75, yeah, farsight plus 75% range, it's still dark. But like, if I were to use one of the torches, bam, like I can see, well, I can see acceptably now. Hope the others don't, or the other doesn't wake up. This one's gonna spot me. Where's this guy going? I'm gonna step down here and get, nope. Just gonna let him continue. There we go. Curse. Okay, now I can chew through this spawner's health. Alright. Scorpions. Ranger has a really good benefit against scorpions because she has infinite use ranged attacks, but despite that, they do a lot of damage themselves at range, and you can't just walk up to them. Watch. I get one hit on it, and it moves away. They will move away. They will run away from you in an infinite loop forever, so that they can just attack you from a range with their spikes. The reason I made sure to get really defensive, so defensive and play so carefully and defensively, so I'd have these potions, is so I would be tanky enough to not take extra damage from their attacks. Because you may have seen a lot of things that weren't magical in nature have actually been dealing 0 to me, because I've got so much damage reduction from the stone, and then I augmented the armor for evasion. But look at that. Crippled and 9 damage. 0. There we go. Like, they'll still deal like 16 damage per hit. Okay, this is a room I mentioned earlier that uses levitation potions. Generally, 2 levitation and 1 speed potion is enough, because 1 levitation potion and a speed potion is enough to get all of the keys from the corner of the room and then loot it, but then you're out of levitation and you need to either use some sort of teleport or another levitation potion to get out. The thing earlier where I went down a floor without a key was actually on purpose, so I could show you the grayed out key icon, because these keys count. This is a completely optional room. The game is not guaranteed to generate what you need to loot this room at all, let alone on this floor. So if you find this room and take a key from it and you just can't get it, you're just going to have like that icon later on, which is just annoying. However, I am not stocked up with plenty of stuff. Okay, I have lots of haste potions, 1 levitation, but I have 1 stone of blink. Okay, I can do this. So haste potion first, then levitation potion, then click each of the keys to get them. Pay attention to your levitation timer. Go get the loot from the chests. Because the speed potion speeds up your movement, it does not speed up looting the chest, so that eats 4 full turns there. So now there's not enough levitation potion to make it across 2 spaces. So I will just throw the Stone of Blink into the doorway to teleport. There we go. Now I've successfully looted it, and I got a potion of experience out of it. Split path. Hello, Scorpion. Would you like to die? There's other ways to deal with these things. For example, if you have a wand of regrowth, like the grass growing wand, and you hit enemies with it, it actually roots them in place. So like you can lock this guy in place and just melee him. You know what? Go away. Again, because I was braced, like, diagonally, so to speak. I always want to kill these guys because they can drop potions, which, you know, could be potions of experience. I'm going to activate this trap just in case I have to take this path later, so I'm going to shoot over here. Can I help you, cat? So, key is... Hello. I'm not going to attack it here because I don't want it moving forwards, because then I have to go into this room to duck out. So I'm actually, between the two situations, him moving closer and I'm fighting him at a corner, or me moving closer, fighting him in a straight, this is the preferable fighting position. I mean, this other guy's possibly going to throw a wrench into the plans, but turns out he didn't. And the succubus, she just zoomed off somewhere. Do you know that enemies can see you through statues, but they won't attack through them? Alright. I still need another key. And there it is. Alright, let's go through this locked door. Statue, honestly, you know, there's not even another shop I could sell the loot to. I'm just going to examine it. Kinetic Assassin's Blade. That's pretty cool, but not something you'd swing into on floor 23. Yes? Hello, duck. Oh. Typically, if you have no movement speed boost and you're using like most weapons that are normal speed, the cadence of fighting those laser guys is the evil eyes is very simple, because you know when they start charging you have one hit, duck, and they fire, but here, you know, I have extra attacks, so I'm a little caught off guard, like, oh, I have an extra turn I need to take, kind of. Upgrade scroll. Again, going to go into Fuhrer because that is going to raise my DPS more than one respect. God, this floor is so... Oh, right, this is a... Yeah, dungeon floor seems unusually large. I'm actually just going to teleport myself, because this type doesn't have the stun. There we go, just to get away from him. Hello. Yeah, this floor is taking forever. Like, these large floors have plenty of opportunities for loot, but geez. Okay, these traps suck. I'm going to eat and honestly drink a health potion just in case I get stuck in this room by an enemy wandering into the doorway, because these traps deal like your max health minus, I don't know, they deal like percent health or your max health minus 10 or something like that. They're very dangerous. Hey, look, speaking of getting trapped in something, you know what? Zoom. Let me try that again. There we go. As tempting as it is to shoot the Wand of Blast Wave at these traps, I would activate more than one of them, and we are more than one target, so I'm not going to do that. I've learned my lesson about messing with these traps. I've lost characters to those traps. Alright. That's a mimic. That one's not, because it doesn't look like it, and also my whatever sight didn't alert me. I am not braced against a wall here. Now I am. Oh, I just threw his flaming butt into the fire, whatever, into the grass. And the last one goes here on the alchemy pot. This is going to be the last alchemy pot of the game. potion of haste. Alright, so I have 2 potions of experience. I'm going to do what I said earlier, turn this into recycle, then just like take a random slot so I can rapidly click it, and I will recycle potions. Like, I'm not going to need that many potions of haste or mind vision. And each time I make one, and I don't need these potions of toxic gas, I'll just convert those. So I got 1 healing out of it so far. Another healing. Frost. Mind vision, mind vision. Oh, experience. Got an experience potion. Alright, so not going to be low on inventory space, so I might as well cook the bland fruit into the star fruit now. Okay, so I have this, which is going to level me up, and then a potion of experience, which is going to level me up, because you can get up to level 28 naturally before the final boss. Then at that point, enemies stop giving experience. So that leaves me with 2 extra potions of experience, and what I'm going to do is convert those into potions of divine inspiration, which, let's see. Badoop, and badoop. And what these do is give you extra skill points. So let's choose tier 4, and now I have 2 extra skill points. They're denoted because they're at the bottom here. So now, oh, I didn't spend these. There we go. Now the main question is, I have growing power, so it's actually useful, and heroic energy, so I can use it as needed. There we go. Now the question is, do I want Nature's Wrath to do random plant effects, or do I want Wild Momentum to get more damage? Okay, in this case I want Wild Momentum. So what Nature's Wrath does is there's a chance to trigger a random harmful plant effect. The problem with that is that there's the cold plant and the fire plant in the pool, and I have used Nature's Wrath repeatedly and set something on fire and been like, oh great, it's on fire, yay, yippee, hallelujah, I'm going to keep shooting it. Oh, I just put its fire out, it no longer has the dot, what was the point? Especially because I'm attacking rapidly. It can still be useful, you could poison it or something, but this, Wild Momentum, increases the duration when you kill things, and since I'm attacking harder and rapidly with the bow, I'm going to get more out of Wild Momentum. Maybe hold on. Yeah, I'm just going to go with that. Alright, now the other one, maybe I'll use it on T3 and just get some more melee damage, and then just like waste a point elsewhere, because the tier 1 skills don't matter that much. In tier 2 the only thing I'd use is Liquid Nature, but I don't want grass growing around me because I'm setting stuff on fire. So I think tier 3 it's going to be, oops, not that one, that one. Alright, a bit more melee accuracy that I transmuted from elsewhere, then whatever, shared enchant, whatever, just put it somewhere so it stops annoying me about it. There we go. So if I happen to get more experience potions, or I have seeds of starflower, so if I happen to get more bland fruit, I'll use those. If I get a 3rd seed of starflower, then I could just use 3 seeds to, guarantee a random thing. Hold on, let's see if I happen to get experience potion from this. Oops. Nope, okay. Just in case. I will get some more go away spells from this. Alright. So I think that's about everything I really need to do. There are other things I guess there are a few other things I could do. So these potions of paralytic gas, you can turn them into potions of earth and armor, which gives you additional basically defense, if you're like, but you have to be standing still during it, but sometimes I make a few of these. I'm not going to need that many purities, not going to need that many frost. Alright, make a few of these. 2 should be good. And also the alchemized potion of haste, potion of stamina, it's weaker, but it lasts a lot longer. I'm going to want that for the ascension. Alright, and anything else, like the alchemy pots still exist on the way up, so like anything else I can just make on the way back up. This is just what I want to make sure that I get down, beat the boss, and get back up. I did not get a scroll of magic mapping. I'm actually going to go back up, because usually I have plenty of scrolls of magic mapping. Maybe I lost some in a fire earlier, you know, then those mysterious underground plant fires that happen all the time that I'm not involved in. So mind vision, briefly hide to incredible levels, yeah. So you can turn a potion of mind vision kind of into a potion of see-through walls-ish. There we go. I do want to keep at least one normal mind vision just for the final boss. The final boss is like semi-randomized, whichever hands come out. Can I hit it? No, I can't, whatever. Wow, there is another one out of sight that got me. Sometimes you'll be sitting there with this much vision, being like, oh, that's fine, and then that thing's charging and shooting at you from out of bounds. Out of sight, whatever. This is another dark floor. You know what? I'm going to use the magical sight first. There we go. Yeah, definitely different than magic mapping. How long is it lasting? 47? Yeah, it didn't really last that long. But it is... Oh, I see where it is. It did its job. I definitely want to keep this thing in combat instead of it running around. Because even though I have 3 things at me now, it's still relatively controlled because I have an escape route behind me. The situation could be worse than this, believe me. Alright. Alright, pick up the potion. So I'm noticing it's not revealing any traps. I don't use this potion often. I often forget it exists. I usually don't have a bunch of spare mind visions. Because like sometimes I have to use a couple of them to find where the ambitious imp is if I don't, you know, guess which floor he's at. If I start guessing at like 17 and he's not there, 18 he's not there, 19 he's there, even if I know which floor he's on, I want to know where he is so I can get to him faster. So sometimes, like, I eat 3 potions, it's doing that. Upgrade. That. Oh, yes. All of the damage. I think it's at the point where it's 83%. I can just go ahead and augment this for damage. So there we go, 17 to 90 at +7. That's beautiful. I'll drink this other magical sight potion. Nope, nothing through the wall there. So that's a dead-end room I'm in. Let's see. Yep, wild momentum. The annoying thing about any sort of magical sight mind vision is that the enemies count as being seen, so it like stops you from picking things up immediately. Whoops. Oh, I defeated it. Might as well open this. There's not really much I'm going to gain unless it's a wand artifact or a ring. Am I collecting rings? Hello. What? I'm going to step away, because even though I could get one more shot on this Scorpio before this guy moves in, he might start charging, and the Scorpio might hit me and cripple me, and then my one step back would take 2 turns, and I don't want that. There we go. Let's see. Let's check in to see if I had any more experience anythings. Strength potion, but I can kill her first. She teleported along the wall. Drink that. Alright, what's down here? I shouldn't have shot twice. So here's a situation where the added movement speed from the nature's power could benefit me. So let me activate this so I can move out of sight. Oh, I thought that took a turn. I don't know, maybe it did. Maybe I'm getting a lot more speed than I thought. Never mind, maybe I'm complaining for nothing. I'm pretty sure that activating nature's power uses a turn. Let me see. Alright, so if I activate it, it's so hard to tell. I'll have to see when there's something moving. Like this. Yeah, it does use a turn, okay. I just had a lot more leeway than I thought from the ring. There we go. Wow, there's still more. Magical sight, I guess. Okay, well of health. There's nothing I particularly want to uncurse or anything, so I'll hold on to that anyways. Guess I'm drinking a potion of purity. The gold isn't really going to do much unless I just happen to end up needing to buy one more potion from the imp for alchemy energy sacrifice purposes. But, I will grab it when I can safely do so, just in case. Because having escape options is everything. Most players who are experienced in a roguelike will only die in that roguelike they will die more often in that roguelike near the beginning of the game than near the end, simply because they do not have as many options in the beginning in traditional roguelikes. Because the lack of drops, lack of loot. Oh, there's another wand. Wand of Transfusion. Well, next enemy I see, I will find out if it's cursed or not. Is that... what? Is that it? Is there not a path here? Oh, there we go, okay. Alright. Go down and get the stones. Just because I want to loot everything. Hello, Scorpio. No drops, okay. Maybe next time. Down the stairs. Stun it, so it doesn't have time to start charging. Stun it, just because I hate them. Do note that when I duck out of sight and I can still see the laser beam. The game isn't always perfect about that. For example, if the enemy would be outside of your entire vision range and blocked by line of sight, then it won't show you the beam, which can throw you off sometimes. So you won't always see the beam fire out of sight, and sometimes you just gotta be like, okay, I waited 2 turns, it definitely fired. Oh wait, that's the final. Okay. I did not get another experience potion. I did not get another star flower. That's fine. I will eat the star fruit, fill me and level me up. Drink the potion of experience. Now I hit level 30. Now I've got maximum HP, maximum evasion and accuracy, maximum talent points. Tier 3 and 4 maxed out. Honestly, tiers 1 and 2 I can do without. I don't feel like farming things to try to get stuff. Alright. Time to fight the final boss. It's up there. Do note that this whole I see you message that shows up isn't necessarily just like flavor text. It lets you know that the boss has noticed you and engaged you. The boss has basically reciprocal vision or infinite vision, I'm not sure which. Basically, that message popped up like as soon as I began walking up because my range of vision is so enhanced. So it's basically letting you see, hey, if you can see the boss can see you. You can't pull the whole attacking it from out of line of sight cheese. This is the final boss. You got to actually engage with it, you know? All right, there's the next enemy. And the Wanderer Infusion is not cursed. Identify it here. Yes, I'm using a turn to identify it during the final boss battle. Don't question me. It's a +1. See, I wouldn't have known that otherwise. It's probably not going to do anything, but might as well use the Cloak of Stone, use the Nature's Power just because. Again, get out of the way of the red attacks. Alright, so once this thing's down to 700 health, the next phase will start. And it's the Dark Eye. So I usually attack it out of range, or like if I'm melee and I have additional range, I just stand here and attack it. If I'm melee and I don't have additional range, which then I'll have speed as the rogue, or, you know, I was using the shockwave on the melee. The important thing is I try to stay like around here so that when it spawns the fist, I can get here to break line of sight. Because you cannot damage the eye right now, and the fist cannot be damaged while it's on the platform, like even on these stairs. So I have to wait. So it's invulnerable. Now it can be damaged. And this thing is the only reason you'd need an additional potion of mind vision at the end, because of this. It warps away. I use a potion of mind vision because it will use its ranged magic attack. So I'm just doing this, just block its line of sight. There we go. All right. Hi, cat. I don't want the lasers to like really guide me to a place I don't really want to be, but it doesn't look like it's happening this time. All right, so I don't know what it was, because the darkness pulls in closer. As the fight goes through stages, like maximum vision gets reduced. I could use a torch to counteract it, but I don't really need to right now. All right, I have the speed up. Might as well just stay and wait. When you're faster than normal, moving a tile uses less than a turn, but waiting always takes 1 turn. So if you're actually trying to wait time, just wait instead of walk. Alright, this guy's a little annoying, because the more tall grass he has around himself, the less damage he takes. Hey, who happens to burn down tall grass? This guy. Yeah, I'm just tanking the hits here because he also roots you, and it's just like, deal with it. But usually if I've got fire, I'll just like stand in the fire and tank this guy. Because as you move, like he will convert water into grass and like he will just shoot at you remotely. All right, going to use a torch. So the reason I buy multiple torches is because I might, just depending on what fists it spawns and how the fight is going, my DPS and stuff, I may end up using multiple torches during the final boss. Alright, so I'm trying to get him down to 100 health this time. Alright, so the gray metallic one, right, gotta wait turns. Whatever. That was my bad. I didn't realize that while I was waiting. My eye was moving to the different buttons I had to click. So this one's gimmick is damage. It takes damage over time. Like it takes defer to damage. But it takes damage while moving, so you know you can just repeatedly attack it from a range and then just knock it back. Keep attacking it and it'll just keep, you know, the bleed ticks. Deferred damage basically turns normal damage into bleed ticks, which is kind of annoying because you can't just DPS it down quickly. Gotta do that. Alright. Now the music has changed, we're in the final phase. I'm going to use the hero's Cloak of Stone to speed me up because it's so fast. If not, I would drink a potion of haste here. Badoop. Because I want to get close and melee him. There we go. Boss 1. Because he'll just repeatedly shoot out lasers and all that jazz. Now we're at the final floor. There's the amulet, and once you pick it up, you get a choice. Let's call it a day, which ends the game there, or I'm not done yet, which gives you the choice to do the ascension run, which is where you go all the way up again. Let's do the ascension run, because I'm feeling good about this run. If I did not have really good luck, and like my damage is low, or like I'm lacking in accuracy or something, so that the ascension run, like going back up out of the dungeon would be difficult, sometimes I will just choose to end the game there. The main difference is you get a slightly better end screen, and you get much higher score if you bring the amulet out of the dungeon instead of ending at the bottom. I definitely have the DPS and defenses to take this, because as you go back up, the dungeon is the same, but all of the enemies have been buffed, but you have to keep fighting them as you go up, otherwise you start getting worse and worse debuffs that cause the enemies to come to you. You know, if you're not going to fight them, they're going to fight you. So this gives you a warning, gives you basic description. I'm just going to walk you through it as it happens to me. So you'll notice here, an icon, Amulet's Curse. Yellow is okay. What it does is calls out to distant enemies, so enemies are lured to where you are as long as it's yellow. That's fine. You know, you can get a status message about it. So I'm just gonna go up. Okay. I'm already on fire. Whatever, I'll just be on fire, I guess. So you may have noticed you can feel the amulet's curse weaken slightly, and now the icon is green. There's no debuff. As long as you continue to kill enemies, it's not, you know, exact whole numbers, but my general estimate is killing killing 2 enemies per floor, maybe just 1 enemy per floor is enough to keep reducing it to green. Because like it'll go from yellow to, you know, orange, darker orange, red, starts to slow you down, starts to negate speed boosts, starts to speed up enemies as well. So like, what is it at right here? Calling out to distant enemies, hasted distant enemies, that's fine. I can still cat, move, scoot. Do note that, you know, it says hastening distant enemies, letting them reach you faster. It doesn't just hasten them out of sight to get them closer to you. If you check their status, it doesn't actually say that, whatever. They are hasted and they do move a bit faster even in combat, which can throw you off if you weren't expecting it. So I only reduced it from orange to yellow, but honestly, that's fine. Sometimes just getting off of a problematic floor is better than reducing the curse by 1, but you know, your playstyle, your choice. The curse only goes up when you go up a floor. So like I could fight all I want on every single floor and reduce it all to green, but these enemies get more buffed the further up you go, and you know, it gets to be a bigger drain on resources, so I generally don't do that. Alright, how many remove curses do I have? Oh, I have plenty to have a nice thematic... Oh, I D2. +1. Alright, I'm gonna buy these just because I've got a ton of gold. So here's one tip. Part of your end of game score is based on how much gold you had. So if in the last shopkeeper, because all the other shopkeepers are going to be gone, this is the last chance to sell items, your gold that you obtain, it also counts sold gold too. So like you could sell some of these scrolls like this, and the gold that you get for selling the scrolls counts for your final score. So like if you have, you know, your own scoreboard and you've got, wow, this run is really great, I want to make sure that this run gets in the top 10 to commemorate it, then what you could do is just, you know, sell a bunch of stuff you're not going to use. Well, but the thing is, you have to sell it here when you're only partway done with the Ascension run. You can't sell it, like, you know, on the floor 6 shop because it's not there anymore. So risk versus reward. I'm not going to bother because this isn't the install I normally play on, and I've already done that a couple times anyways. My own install on my tablet is... Oh God. Yeah, did you see that? He took 2 turns. Yeah, that's right. Get your speedy butt over here so you can catch on fire. My own install, it's to the point that, like, me finding more secrets in a level is the only thing that'll get me into the top 10. Level secrets and, like, dodging boss attacks, which, as you can see, I don't always do. But yes, if you are someone who cares a lot about the score, just keep the gold in mind, that if you haven't gotten a ton of gold, you can buy things. You know, in an absolute emergency, you know, you're like, oh man, I'm like 80 gold, I'm probably like 80 gold short. You could buy things from the final shop and then sell them right back to the final shop, and that counts as gold gained, because it doesn't subtract gold spent or anything. But as you can see here, I'm kind of on autopilot at this point, because the point is just to escape and kill things every so often to keep the meter from going down. I'm in water, so I'm fine with this guy. I have set myself on fire more times than the actual fire enemies have set me on fire this run. Let's see. When you hit a boss room floor, by the way, you get a full heal. Yeah, you take a moment, catch your breath, feel your wounds begin to close. So, but now back to orange. I hate these things so much. I hate these things so much, and they get worse. They get worse as the game goes on. Just because they've got buffed stats here. Excuse you. You know what? Screw that. I'm going to shoot you down here just so you die. And I'm going to drink one of those super speed potions just to get through these floors easier. I'd honestly rather end up at a higher floor with worse penalties, but having encountered less giant spiders, which is why I'm going to use the speed potion. Because I do not like the whole... I mean, you know, it's a decent game gimmick, but I do not enjoy being poisoned and webbed. We go down to yellow. Let's see. this one. So my two wands are different upgrades. So I think this is the one that should knock it into the pit without overshooting. Yeah. I'm level 30. Enemies up here can't drop anything anymore, so it's fine for me to attack the bat. Even if it were to drop a potion, a health potion, and it were to survive, which it won't, but I wouldn't be going down to get it anyways. This is guess I'll just shoot it, keeping it stunned. There we go. Okay. No more spiders. Alright, have the steely dudes. Whatever, just still gonna drink a potion of stamina. There's the exit. Wow. Wow. I do not like necromancers here. So the game buffs enemy stats for this run, but for some reason necromancers seem to have more evasion than other enemies. I've got that kind of offset since I transmuted the precise assault thing, but still. Alright, so what I'm going to do here, I'm yellow, whatever, I'll fight this guy in case I get down to green. Yep, got down to green. What I could do is actually just wand blast him up, and then run. What are you doing? You know what? Go down a pit. Oh, that overshot, damn it. You know what? Fucking ICBM level combat. Just gonna shoot him into the air and just kill him out of sight. There we go. I'm not even gonna pick up that seed because I'm not gonna stop by any wells. I'm tempted to open the graves to see what I got, but of course I run into a thief while doing that. There we go. I missed gold and gold. Come on. Oh, hello, hidden floor. Hidden door. Florpy dorpy. Yeah, these early game enemies start to really, oh my god, there we go. Alright, what scrolls did I miss? Rage, transmutation, wow. Well, given how long it took me to identify transmutation, wow, I don't think that having it so early would have helped me that much. Oh yeah, this thing. I'm gonna ignore it. It drops like a special shiny meat, but I do not want to fight a buffed stat version of it. In this guy, I'm just going to use one of my go-away spells on him. Boop. Because I'm already at green, so I don't need to bother fighting him, and I don't want the zappy spider fighting me. Yellow, I'm fine to just run. I'm actually going to walk up. You know what? There we go. Now the grass is on fire. Stole a ration of food. It gets stunned. No, damn it, it split that way. No, my food ration. My one of 12 food rations. Yes, I treat it as a personal insult when they steal. Yes, I'm not even going to fight the things, because if you didn't know, in Shattered Pixel Dungeon, enemies don't follow you through stairs. Alright, last set of floors, we're in the home stretch now. Crabs can be annoying because they move fast. The snakes can be annoying because they still have their, like, very high evasion, but they still have very little HP. So you can literally kill them with wand attacks. So this would have been a good place if I had had the, not the nature's power, but the other one that attacks based on your melee weapon, because it like throws shurikens and you can get it to throw, one of the upgrades is to throw more blades at more enemies. Alright, here's the one I was thinking of. Gold. What's in the scroll? Well. Huh, identify. Pick up this whopping 95 gold. Yes, endgame values right there. Charm it for bonus hits. Ooh, we got knocked behind the grass, so I can just get guaranteed hits on it. There we go. Okay. Second floor. You hear that music change? We're almost done. I think this is the shortest path. Yep, it is. Okay. One. There's the game over screen showing the outside night sky. Victory. Ascended with the amulet. Exactly 250k, excuse me? Wow. Okay, so there's my breakdown. There's a seed. There's my score breakdown, progression, treasure, so exploration, bosses. So I didn't find all of the secrets. There's some hidden rooms I didn't find throughout there, and I didn't dodge all the attacks on the bosses. So, if you find more hidden rooms or get more bosses, then you can end up with a higher score. Let's see. All right. So hopefully seeing the decisions that I was making there and me trying to explain why I was making the decisions will help you, do better at this. Anyways, I'm tired. Good night.